Alive, I believe. Welcome, everyone, to the 51st installment of Playtest This, featuring our star-studded panel, Jack Dunbar and Sasha Jelton, with our guest designer, Gene Chipman.
Woohoo!
That's the
Let's go,
correct,
Gene.
correct pronunciation.
That is the correct pronunciation.
Let's introduce our star-studded panel first. Jack, why don't you start us off?
I'm Jack Dunbar. New Kingdom Gaming is my company. I just announced 2 new games, be publishing Prestige in the spring, and then next summer crowdfunding for a game I'm designing called Tribulation. So really excited about that. Yeah, you can find me at newkingdomgaming.com or just Jack Dunbar on Facebook. I'm pretty much everywhere. So
I'm so excited for whatever metal music intro happens when that splashes up Tribulation.
Who knows?
You know, it looks so like awesome.
It's a metal band.
It totally does. Sasha.
Hello, my name is Sasha Jelton. I'm a designer in Portland. I don't have any published games yet, but Dev Coat is a game that I've really been sort of trying to get finished this last year. Some other ones coming down the design path as well. I don't know what that means, but
we all get it. We all get it. Now,
but
how many doves does it take to make a coat?
At least 2.
Okay.
I actually don't know. I should know, but I don't.
Are they laden doves? English doves?
But yeah, I teach board game design to elementary and middle school kids, and I just love playtesting and talking design with people. So that's me.
Awesome. Gene, tell us your story.
Well, what about Evan?
Oh,
we gotta
tell us about yourself first.
We gotta save the Gene for last.
Save the Gene for last. I will. Y'all know the tune, but I didn't sing enough of it to get demonetized.
Classic.
Not that I'm monetized. So I made 2 sets. Evan Halbert, designer of After the Empire, is the thing that I'm known for currently. Have a few other signed games in the works, and I most recently signed 2 new games that I'm very excited about that I think I may have said last time already, but I'm going to say it again. 25th Century has signed Wildwood, which is the Druid one, if you've seen that on the show before. That should come out in a couple of years. And then Crafty Games, which did like Tabriz and Buru, in like 4 years, they're going to come out with Great Meteora, which I'm also very, very excited about. And very then cool. Gene.
I'm Gene Chipman. So I have been what I would call a serious hobbyist at game design for about 4 years now. I've say serious because I've been learning the craft, the skills in the trade. I've been getting involved in the community and learning how to. But I say hobby because I still have a kid in the house and I have to work a full-time job. So it just limits how much I can do on this. Like Sasha, I am unpublished, though the game you will play today is signed. So there is a hope that this will be a published game next year or 2025, maybe at the latest.
Nice.
Very cool.
Can you reveal who will be publishing this game?
The publisher is SBG Editions, which is Chris Lauzou, if you've met him. Which I believe that you have. Yeah, he's probably in the chat. He said he might get up early and listen in. So you get to see the product he's getting here.
So I know Chris Lauzou also because one of my games in my pipeline is also signed by Chris Lauzou at SBG. And we're super stoked to work on that with him. And I was very glad for Gene sitting in and giving some feedback on the game I'm working on. So I'm very happy to return the favor tonight.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Nice.
I do believe I've play tested at least 1 game from all 3 of you here. So.
Okay, awesome. Let's get into the teach, huh?
All right. Do I need to share the screen here?
You do not.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
On
okay.
Evan's.
Evan's
We can
just
see
streaming his
Yeah.
screen. So
He's streaming his.
Yeah,
his
we
POV.
can
So
see
I
my
should just
vantage point.
I should just teach from
Yep. Just
here.
as if you're
All right.
teaching me. Yep.
Very good.
And then the kids at home will see.
Very good. So this game is set in the world of Thargos. Thargos is a fantasy role-playing game system by SBG Editions. And so that is the setting for this, and they will be the publisher for the game as we just discussed. In this game, you lead a guild of thieves and assassins in the imperial city of Kurnor. Kurnor is the center of criminal underground in Thargos. Thargos has split into two factions, an old empire faction and a Darkun faction after a great civil war, and both factions have found themselves to be in need of the guild's services for spying, infiltration, and whatnot. Your goal is to extend your guild's power by playing off both factions. Your success is going to be measured in victory points. No surprise there. Along the top is a victory point track up here. You will score victory points from controlling the 4 towns that are around Thargos here, their little town control area for all 4 of them, and also by controlling the city of Kurnor here in the middle. That's its town control area, and also by advancing some hidden goals. Unsurprisingly, whoever has the most victory points at the end of the game wins. Your guild cards down here are the hang on just a second. This is the leadership of your guild. This represents the leadership of your guild. This is a pretty standard deck builder in that you'll have your own deck that you draw from. You'll draw 5 cards into your hand at the start of a round. You'll play those cards for effect and then discard them. And if at some point you run out of cards in your deck, you'll shuffle your discard to create the deck and start drawing again. And as you proceed in the game, you will build up your deck by purchasing better cards. All right.
Sweet.
Guild tokens down here in your little play area represent the rank and file members of your guild. These are used to win marks, to control towns. You will be able to get more of these tokens out of the City Watch as the game proceeds, and you may also lose them back into the City Watch if you're not careful. All right. Marks, here's an example of a mark. Marks are lucrative contracts that the guilds compete for. Each town will have a mark. When a mark is completed, it will be replaced. We'll throw it off to the discard and replace it with another one. When all of the marks have been played through in the game ends and the end game is triggered, and I'll get to that in a minute. There is a faction track over here on the left. This shows the influence you have with the 2 factions, with the Empire being the red track and the Darkun being the purple track. You each have a little token. We each have a little token down at the bottom. We'll move up the track. When your influence reaches a certain level, I'll give you an example. Let's say I get green gets up to here. You unlock bonuses for the band that you are in. So the exact influence you have is not what matters. It is the band you're in that matters.
Okay.
In addition, when you cross into a new band, like when your influence increases from here to here, if you're at a lower band in the other faction, you have an alignment. You become aligned with that faction. So we'd put green over here on the purple side to show they're aligned. Maybe red ends up like this. So and he ends up on the right. But if you're in the same band, such as this, you are unaligned, you're neutral. This primarily is only important for tie breaking, although it does have some effect on some of the various cards. Okay. Subterfuge cards. Subterfuge cards represent kind of hidden goals and resources of your guild. These are gained during gameplay. They can be played generally, unless they say otherwise, at any time for the effect that is written there, or they can be discarded for a bonus that's shown at the bottom. The subterfuge cards come in 2 decks, 1 for each faction. And as you might imagine, being higher on the track for that faction is going to make the card maybe more effective. and not necessarily for all the cards, but for many of the cards. The part of the game will be the factions dominating control of the 4 towns, and in the middle we have 2 stacks of dominance cards, and this is a Darkun dominance card, and at some point if they dominate the town of Hamor, we put a little card down there to represent that. You'll see how that matters in a minute. And the cards that remain here are the Kurnor defenses. That's there's an in-game battle, big battle, and these will count towards each faction in the end game. And again, I'll explain that in a minute. So that's all the components at a high level. Let me also add that in addition to your guild cards, there's a market up top, which will be 6 cards that as they buy, they get replaced, and then two stacks that are always available to purchase if you wish. The purchase cost is up in the right-hand corner. I'll get in that in a minute. Any questions about the components?
What's
All right.
this? What's this giant?
That is the first play marker.
That's
Oh,
a rook.
okay.
Oh, I've asked Chris for a miniature.
Yeah, rook. Sorry, it's not a pawn.
All right. So the game is played in rounds. Each round has 4 phases. If you look right here, when I expand this, do you see it, Evan?
Huh?
Right here. When I alt on this and it expands.
No, we're not looking at your view. It's my view.
Can you alt expand the round sequence?
I sure can.
Excellent. So it runs in rounds. Each round has 4 phases. The first phase is the planning phase. You can drop it now if you want. The first phase is the planning phase. In the planning phase, you will draw your hand, 5 cards, and you will bribe the City Watch. You will pay gold. You have a hidden reserve of gold. You'll pay gold to get tokens out of the City Watch in this phase. Right up here, it shows the price. The more you get, it gets a little bit more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a simultaneous. Everybody draws, everybody bribes the watch. The only other thing we do in this phase is we will set this marker to represent which faction is dominating the 4 towns. In this case, there's one out here and the others are not aligned. And so it would be on the Darkun side and it will change. That is the planning phase. The guild phase is the second phase of the game. This is the main phase of the game. And it runs, we take turns in this phase, 1 turn at a time, starting with the first player. We'll take their turn first, and then it will go around, everybody taking a turn. You'll get multiple turns in this phase. Okay. So there's 2 things you can do on your turn in this phase. You'll have a hand of cards to play from. The first thing you do is you play a card as an agent. So you will take a card and you'll play it down and say, I'm playing this card as an agent. I'm going to send them to this town. So let's say I'm going to send them to Durnville. And what that allows you to do is to place tokens on that mark that match the agent ranks along the side here. So if you look at this card, it has 1 guile and 1 connections rank. So you would put 1 token on guile and 1 token on connections, and that would be a turn. And then the turns will go around the board and it'll come back to I guess Jack is playing green, so it'll come back to you. And then you can put down another agent. So you put down this guy and you say, oh, I'm going to send this guy to Tyra now. He's got 1 rank in the weapons. So I'm going to put 1 cube on the weapons row of Tyra. And that's an agent play. And these are now considered agents that you played. Okay. When you are done, your turn comes around and you're done playing agents. You don't want to play more agents. Maybe you're out of cubes, or maybe you just decided you got enough down. You flop the rest of your cards down and do a recruit turn. And on the recruit turn, you get the value of these cards at the bottom. In the example here, there is 3 renown. That's the little blue diamond is renown. And there is 2 gold. So you'd collect 2 gold and you get to spend the 3 renown to do recruit actions. This little card right here, you can expand that if you want, Evan. A little card there shows you the 4 recruit actions you can take in this on a recruit turn. Those are buy cards from the market for the price shown in the top right corner. Spend your renown also to increase your influence on the influence track. You can spend your renown to put a token in Kurnor. Just you pop it down. You get one of these little tiles from what you spent. This would have cost 6. As people do this, the price is going to go up. And this also has a little added bonus that you'll get an extra draw card next turn. Once they're all going, you can still buy a token in for 9, but you won't get the extra draw. And the fourth thing you can do as a recruit action is you can spend 4 gold to trash a card from your play area or from your discard. And if you've played deck builders, cleaning out the weak cards is a main part of the strategy. But you also have to put a token from the watch into the little gravestone up here. And what that does is limits the number of times you're going to want to do this, because you'll run out of tokens if you're excessive at it. Right now, for like a beginner game, I go with the rule that you can only do this 4 times. Once you get 4 tokens up there, you're done. In an advanced game, it would not be limited. It's just dangerous. So, all right. So those are the 4 actions you can do. In addition to the main recruit value resources you get from this, many of the cards have conditional bonuses, and the conditional bonuses will have some text explaining them, and they will often, if you expand one of these cards, you'll see it. They'll often have a little triangle in there with a number in it. That is what is called agent power, and you can trigger any of these bonuses with your agent power. Your agent power is real simple. It is the sum of all the ranks of the cards you played as agents. So in this example, you played 3 ranks of cards worth of agents. You can trigger 3 points worth of these effects. So you can trigger this one for 1, get a token out of the watch, trigger that one for 2 and get 3 gold, or you can trigger this one for 3 and get a card, subterfuge card, right? Now, suppose maybe you wanted to trigger both of those. You might have played this a little different. You might have said, oh, I'm going to play this as a guy as an agent. I get myself up to 5 agent power, and I could now trigger both of those things for 5 points. All right. That is how the guild phase plays. We do this until every player has taken their recruit turn. There's no limit on the number of agents you can play first before you do your recruit. Any questions about that?
Yeah. The cards I left over here, I get to use these things and then also
trigger bonuses.
Trigger bonuses. Okay, great. Got it.
Correct. If you look up here, you can see on these cards, there are some like this card right here that does not have a bonus. It's just a condition. It says that you have to have one of these cards has to have been an Empire tagged card, have a little Empire banner on it. You can see some of these other cards have a condition that in addition to paying the agent power, you have to be a certain rank on the track. If you see the little dots on them. And then there may be some other conditions around alignment, stuff like that. It's on the cards for the most part.
Question, the renown in the top right corner.
Yep.
What does that mean?
That is what you pay to get the card.
Okay.
And this is what it produces as a resource when you play it for a recruit.
Okay,
so,
is that what the top action here means?
That's exactly what the top action there is.
Pay renown to get. Okay.
You're spending this renown to pick up a card out of the market. Yes.
Okay.
So I guess there's a little question in that. Why do the starting cards have costs?
Yeah. Just ignore that for now.
Okay, got it. Got it.
I had toyed around with never mind. I had toyed around with something else that's a holdover from a previous experiment. They shouldn't have a cost in the current iteration of the rules. Everybody has the same starting deck. If there was any question about that. Any other questions about the second? This is the main phase of the game, is the guild phase when we play out our cards. Any questions about that? All right, I'll take that as a no. The next phase is the resolution phase. And at this point, we resolve any mark that has tokens equal to that number or higher. So if you're looking at this example right here, there's no tokens on that. It's 6, it doesn't resolve, that doesn't resolve, that doesn't resolve. But this one with 9 tokens on it, more than resolves. Okay. Anything that doesn't resolve is going to remain on the board. It'll be in play next turn. The tokens will be on it next turn. It doesn't go anywhere. but the ones that have completed, we resolve. Okay. Resolution is a 3-step process. The first step of that process is a clash where the factions fight over who's going to dominate the town, and you can support one of the factions if you have a token on the mark. Okay. The second step is a payout of the mark itself, which is the values you've seen down here. And the third step is the town will score points. And I'm going to run through each step of this. But as I do, I will say that up here, if you look on the left, there is a reference card. The left side of it shows the first step, which is a clash resolution. And the right side shows the second step, which is the mark payout. And it is exactly the example I'm about to do. Also might I add that there's a reference card here for the guild cards. You can see what the different fields on them are. And there's an icon reference here if you need to refer to it. All right. So the first thing is the clash. For the clash, everybody involved, which in this case is green, orange, and yellow, get a combat dial. The combat dials have a face and a back. The back's hidden. If you right click on these and you select state, you can set a value, and you can do that while it's hidden, so nobody sees what you're setting. If you select 17, you have set the value for no bid. All right. So
17 equals 0.
17 is 0. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just the way that works. You select the number, that's the number you're going to get, except 17 gets you the 0. I mean, that's what TTS does. Yeah, leave them out there when you see them. I had these. I want to set these. These are for this specific example. So let me set them to values. So everybody's going to set them. We're going to reveal them. Okay. 5, 4, and 2. This is the number of blades you're committing to this clash. And whoever commits the most blades takes first place, and whoever takes the second most will take second place. And right here is a little key for the clash that shows what the places pay out, and also what you will have to use to commit those blades, to commit those forces. Forces are paid for with tokens off the card and gold. Okay, and the value of the tokens varies depending on what row they're in. Weapons will get you the most value off the token in blades, followed by guile, and then connections does not get much at all. All right, so in this example, orange won. Orange gets the first place payout. They get to set the whoever dominates the town. Let's say they're going to set it for the empire. They get an influence with the empire because they set it for empire, and they get to put a control marker in the town. Okay, but let me actually hang on.
In Kurnor?
In Kurnor, not in Hamor, only in Kurnor, and that's why it's a little gold icon there. They have to pay for this, and in Red's case, let's say they decide to pay with tokens. So they take this token for 3, and this token for 2. That's 5. They paid for it. They can use one of those to put their control marker in Kurnor. The other one, any other ones, will go into the watch. Yellow has to pay for it. So they say they use 1 for 3 and they pay 2 gold. That's their 4. This goes in the watch. They get the second place bonus. They get to take a card. Okay. Green bid 2, doesn't want to waste the tokens, spends 4 gold for their 2 blades, does not get a reward because they're in 3rd place. Does everybody follow the clash example?
Basically, I have one little question. Just so if you win a clash and you don't spend any tokens from here, do you have to place a token from your supply into here?
You don't have to. You can.
I mean, but
this is going to be worth victory points.
Yeah, generally it'd be good. But like,
yes.
if you didn't have a token, you wouldn't get to place a token in there.
Well, you're not getting to participate in this unless you have a token on there. So you will have a token you could spend to do this.
Got it. But I wouldn't have to spend this token.
Do not have to. You could. Let's say, for instance, green one, or let's say you want to just spend 10 gold to do this. You can leave all your tokens on the mark and take a token out of your pile, put it up. Absolutely.
Got it.
Yeah. But tokens you do spend, the winner will get to send one there, but the rest are going into the watch. And they're coming off the mark. Okay. Any more questions about the clash?
So if you get second place, you take one of these subterfuge cards.
Correct.
Okay. Of your choice, or is it of your alignment?
It's of your choice.
Okay.
There are cases where you're forced to take one or the other. It's actually fairly common that the cards will give you one of these, but you got to take it by a specific alignment. But if it does not say, and it has, if you look on the little draw symbol, it's also on the icon, you'll see both banners. That means your choice.
Oh, okay.
So you'll see the same thing on the influence.
Yeah.
Both banners means your choice. So
okay.
But in some cases like this, and I don't have a good symbol for this, in some cases like this, you have to match that influence to the side you picked, right? So, all right. So that's the clash. You can see further reference to this on the left side of this chart here. That was the example I just did. Now we do the mark payout. And this is, there's no bidding or anything. It's just based on the tokens that are left. But in this, the tokens in the connections row are worth double for who wins. So in this case, green has 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 value. Orange has 3. 1, 2, 3. And yellow has 1. So green takes first place. Does everybody follow that? Yep.
So this is after the clash. This is caring about leftover cubes.
What's left over? Yeah. And you do need to be careful in the clash. If you spend all your cubes in the clash, you'll not have anything for the payout. Yep. So green wins. They get the first place bonus, which means they get to increase their influence 1. So maybe they go up the Darkun track, and they get to put a token in the town control area. That's that little symbol right there. Orange took second. They get a card, so they take whatever card they want. And then anybody who had a token present gets the all payout of 2 gold. So in this case, all 3 of you would get the 2 gold. Okay. And that's how the mark is. That's how the mark is resolved.
Are these subterfuge cards meant to be kept in your hand, or
you can hold up to 3 of them? They're not as part of your guild. There's a little place here you can put them right here.
Oh,
right there. You can hold up to 3 of them. They're fairly powerful. They can score victory points. They can be nice little surprise maneuvers, things like that. So, yep. If you ever end up with more than 3, you can discard or play them for their effect to get back to 3. So you don't really lose out. You just have to get forced to make a choice is all. So when we're done with the mark payout, these tokens come off the mark, but where they go depends on where they're at. If they're on the guile track, which you'll notice is white, they go back to the players, directly back and become available again. If they're in the other 2 rows where it's gray and you see the little City Watch emblem, they go to the City Watch. So these will require you to get them back out of the City Watch to get them back into play. So if you can see what the 3 different ranks are, their guile, their weapons, and their connections. A guile's advantage is you tend to get your tokens back and you don't have to buy them out of the watch. The weapons advantage is they're powerful in the clash, and the connections advantage is they're powerful for winning the mark. All right. Any more questions about the mark payout?
Now, Chris said something in chat about referencing the flavor of each subterfuge stack. And reference the flavor of each subterfuge stack. Was that? I don't know. I think I missed where that connected.
Yeah, he's in chat. I didn't see the chat. Hang on.
It made it seem like he was just adding on to something that was being said, but
yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's past what was being said.
Yeah, must have missed it.
So yeah, he says he just posted a question in the chat. So I don't see this question in the chat. How do I get the question up in the chat? That's
all he said was, and reference the flavor of each subterfuge stack. Oh, thematically, how they are designed.
The cards do different things for the two different decks. You're going to see that the Darkun cards tend to be geared towards gold, and they tend to have more maybe dastardly type effects. The Empire tends to be, the Empire is, you'll get tokens out of the watch better off the Empire, for instance. It's not as simple as that, but there is some flavor to each. Maybe that answers the question. So when the mark has been completed, we'll discard it and we'll bring another one out and put it down, and then we'll score the town. And this scoring the town is fairly straightforward. It is based on the current dominant faction. You score off that line. If you notice that green here is in this band, they score 3 victory points per token in the town. So they would score 3 victory points. Simple as that. Right? This token stays. So later when this completes, more tokens will come in. This will score again, and this early token will get a second chance to score. So it will build up. Also, your influence will build up, and so you'll be getting more points out of the tokens.
You only score if you're majority leader?
No.
Oh, okay.
Every token scores. Let's say later.
Okay.
Let's say later it comes along and it's just been completely taken over by everybody else, like this. I got a bunch of tokens in there. Green still gets his 1 token for whatever his is on the track. He's at a 4. He gets 4 points. Right.
Okay.
So
Cool.
so you don't lose out. Matter of fact,
Yeah.
getting in early means that you'll get to score it more than once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yellow in that case would get 9 points.
Yeah,
Oh,
correct.
got it.
There are marks in the deck that have this little symbol in the corner, that little circle symbol, and that means it's the last mark that will occur in that town. So when one of those comes up, then when this completes, we actually just flip it over and that town will not be, it's out of play, will not score. There are 4 of such marks in the game, and basically one's going to come up in each town, and the 4 towns are going to eventually finish and close off. Every town's guaranteed to happen at least twice. And typically 3, maybe 4. There's 12 in the deck. So if one town's scoring 4 times, somebody else is only scoring 2. So and that's part of the game, is figuring out where the action is and deciding how to manage it. When all 4 towns have been completed, they've done their big mark and there's no marks left. The game basically immediate game in trigger, and we do a big clash for Kurnor. Until that happens, when we've done the resolution of everything, we just pass first player and play another round. And the game will run 10 rounds, maybe 10, somewhere between 10 and 12.
Okay.
I'm going to save discussion for this clash for later. It's a slightly different than the it's not that much different, but it's slightly different than the clashes that occur in the marks. So if you guys don't mind, I'll, when it becomes relevant, if somebody has a question, I'll explain how that works.
Yep.
Sound good?
Yep.
All right. Do you guys mind helping me clean up a little bit? You should have 5 gold and 3 tokens. Everything else should be in the watch. Let me get these marks off.
I do have 5 gold and 3.
3 tokens. Tokens being the cubes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should have 10 cards. Yep. No victory points for Jack.
Oh, where do we start on these tracks? Bottom?
Start at the very bottom. Everybody starts at the bottom.
Orange. Oh, do you have an extra cube?
Possibly.
Oh,
Or
there should it be somewhere?
Can delete it. I'll promote everybody. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm missing one. Why would you?
You've got your
Why
Sasha.
would you steal my cube?
I'm going to promote everybody. You can duplicate.
Wait, that's not how that
delete
works.
things. Careful with the deleting, though.
I delete Evan's deck.
Oh, you turned it yellow? All right, it's fine.
I mean,
There we go.
I made it slightly off yellow.
Yeah, my bad. Let's see. 11, 21. You should have 3. You should have 3 taken from this stack. So let's delete it.
Oh, okay.
It depends on the number of players. Delete the tokens that you have here and take 3 out of the stack, which means what you should have is
Oh, who
3
deleted my
3
tokens?
available and 18
Oh.
here.
Okay.
Who deleted my tokens?
I did.
I didn't.
You
Oh,
guys.
gee.
But now you have too many.
Master G.
I have
Oh, there's
few.
a green token here. Okay, I'm gonna get rid
Yeah,
of
You guys are
delete that.
Stealing my stuff.
Yeah.
that. There's tokens everywhere.
Stealing
The,
and-
the number of
This
tokens
card-
is pretty tightly keyed to the number of tokens you're going to get down and what you can do and the number of times you're going to trash cards for tokens. So
Can I
all
shuffle
right.
these decks? I had an extra card here.
yeah, put the cards in there, shuffle those decks, and then everybody actually, once you've shuffled both of those, everybody can take one of each,
Ooh.
keep one, and discard the other for its discard value. While I set up the rest of the table here.
And are we discarding these face up or face down?
You'll discard one face up right here and take its value and keep the other.
Got it.
This symbol plus 1 cube. Gene, I think I'm gonna do this one here.
Barry said, "Pay attention, Evan.
Huh?
You're
You
going to-
jackwagon."
You're going to discard that card and
Uh-huh.
you get a token out of the watch.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what that means.
That's
Cube,
what that
Cube
means.
plus is token from the watch.
Correct. It should not be a plus. That's also just old.
And up here, guild token, does that also mean token from the watch?
Where?
Up here on this cheat sheet.
Yeah, on the cheat sheet, you're going to see just a single token with no symbol on it, no plus or
Mhm.
arrow or
And
anything.
a guild token are the ones in the watch.
These are the guild tokens. These are the one in the watch. If you see a cube, it means get one. And
I see.
if yeah,
Add one to the watch.
If
and
you
that
see a
comes
cube,
from-
if you
okay.
see a cube, take one out of the watch and put it down there.
Okay, great.
That's
Got
what
it.
that means. Ignore whether it's got the up arrow or the plus. It doesn't need to be that confusing.
Cool.
The cube symbol means get a cube out of the watch.
Sweet.
Oh, I realized I had a question about these. So this is something that you can just buy,
Correct.
and it gives you an extra card once.
Gives you an extra draw once, and it'll let you put a token in the middle, which is
Okay.
going to be worth victory points at the end.
So after we have gotten our card, this token doesn't perform any purpose.
It's a discard.
Got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
And it's also a race. This is an end game thing because you're really early. You want to be spending your points to get a better deck. But later, when you don't care as much about building your deck and you want to get some advantage here, you do that, get an extra draw, you get some cards down. But as soon as somebody does that, they get more expensive. So it's a bit of a race.
These, I'm sorry, they put cubes in Kurnor.
Yes, that's
Okay,
what
got
it does.
Got it.
so
If you look right here,
says-
this is what it does. It just gets more expensive. You do it early, you get a little advantage by getting an extra draw from it as well. But you can still do it even when those are all gone for
So
9.
that's draw, not buy a card from the market.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
This symbol.
This
here?
symbol looks similar to the symbol for being able to buy a card from the market.
Which symbol are you talking about? Buy a card from the market.
I thought there was a symbol for buying a card from the market. Is that not true?
That's right here on the recruit actions.
This is just showing the back of the card. This symbol, it does mean draw from your deck, so it does look similar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
You're going to see this on some of the cards up here too.
Okay.
There's effects. You're going to see it as a payout on some of the marks.
Okay.
So let me
Cool.
Let me create the deck here. Did everybody get themselves a subterfuge card? You drew 2, 1 of each type, picked one you wanted to keep, threw the other way for its value.
Oh no.
Wait, I didn't lock mine in yet. Purchase from the market. I have a card that says automatically promoted. What does that mean?
Yep. Jack, how come you have 4?
Cheater.
Well, you said draw 2, pick one for each.
What? I'm sorry, 1 of each.
Oh. Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah, trying to cheat.
Cheater.
1 of each. Pick one.
Yeah, I
you'd
was like,
one
I
you'd-
was like,
one you'd like
geez,
to-
that's
yeah,
overwhelming.
It is. It's too much. That would be too much. 1 of each. Sorry. Pick one you want to keep. Discard the other
Okay.
for its value.
Fair enough.
What does automatically promoted mean?
Automatically promoted is an effect that's not in the game yet, so
Okay.
just ignore it.
Got it. Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that certainly helps.
All right. I will discard this for my 2 gold, and I'll keep the other card. All right.
Yes,
Do we
I will
discard the other?
discard
You keep
Or
one
put it
and
back in the
discard
deck.
discard it.
this.
Okay.
Discard the other for its value, which will either get you a token. If it was an Empire card, you discard it, it'll get you 2 gold. I don't know what time I started that teach, but I
do.
ended at 12:06.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep.
Okay, who's first?
Sasha is nominally first because the first player marker starts over
All
there.
right.
But
Name is all it takes. Go ahead, Sasha.
so the
So 5 cards.
first round is everybody draw 5 cards, right? And then we all get to bribe tokens out of the watch. And I haven't come up with a good mechanism. This in TTS in the game, it's a simultaneous, because it may matter. You may care what somebody else is buying, especially later in the game.
I
But
forget
right
what,
now, just buy them.
I forget what bribing the watch means again.
You
Spend
pay
this-
money to get tokens.
Oh, okay. I do it.
Simple as that. Yes. I'll give you an example.
I choose to do it. I take 1.
I'm
I
gonna pay.
pay 3 to get 2.
Yep, that's what I did. Paid 3 and got 2.
Yeah, Evan's making a big mistake. Only buying one.
I only bought 1. I'm sorry.
Not necessarily.
No, I'm just.
Yeah. And the gold has other uses.
Whoa,
Okay.
Sasha, how many cubes did you buy? Cheater.
I bought 2.
Same as me. He bought 2.
Cheater. Okay.
All right. That's the prep phase. It's pretty simple. Now Sasha kicks us off by playing an agent if he wishes.
Or he just revealed my hand.
You could reveal your entire hand and buy if you wish. Yes.
Okay, but I do not think I'm going to do that. I guess so there are agents that can be played to put no cubes out that just give you agent power, or is that what it's called?
When you play an agent,
Yeah.
here's an agent. When you play
Well,
an agent,
I'm talking about this.
that's wild. That's 2 anywhere you want.
It's 2 anywhere you want. Okay, got it.
Yep. There is a card in here. Matter of fact, it happens to be in the market row right now that has no agent skills, which means you can't play it as an agent. You
Got
just use it for its recruit power. I will say you are not required to put the cubes down.
Mhm.
When you play the card, it's up to you. Whatever you want.
Got it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How do we keep track of our renown? Oh, it's just whatever's played on the cards. Got it.
When you do the recruit play, it'll be whatever you flopped. And then
Yeah.
And I assume buying cards from here goes to your discard.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
And if you guys want, strategy tips or just tips on like things to be thinking about, I'm happy to give you some input on that. Let me know. Some people like that, some people don't.
Let's see. Let's go. I guess I'll start by playing my wild because I'm wild. I'm gonna be a wild guy, and I'm gonna put 2 cubies right here.
How do you know they go in hammer?
It's his choice.
Okay.
He sends the agent to a town
Okay.
and puts the cubes down.
Cool.
And that is the end of my
That's your turn.
turn. Okay.
So Jack gets a play.
Sweet. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna play an informant. Also, in how many? Wait, how many guys do I place? 2.
2. You get 1 guile and 1 connection.
Haha, I'll compete with you.
No, look at that competition.
There we go.
And it's to Evan.
Oh, we just play one at a
Yeah,
time. Okay.
it just goes around until, yep.
Let's go like this.
Just
Yeah,
curious because I see there's a trash here. Is
Yep.
that- to trash a card, does it have to be in your hand, in your discard,
It's play area or discard.
player
It-
area, or
When
discard?
this
Okay.
resolves, it will not be in your hand. You'll have played your entire hand to
Right.
the play area.
Yeah. Okay.
But not from your deck.
Not
Yeah.
for, you don't get to rifle your deck. That would be poor gameplay. All right, so you hopped into Tyra with a cube.
Mhm.
All right, well,
Uh.
it's my turn.
Mhm.
And sure, I I know you guys are going to go do this, and I don't want to miss out. I don't want to get spread too thin. So fine,
Wow.
come in and finish it for you.
Oh man.
Thank me
Okay.
later.
Okay.
So just to be clear, clashes only happen at places where the number of cubes meets or exceeds this number.
Yep.
Yeah.
The third phase is we resolve any town where there's enough tokens on it.
And resolving a
And
town is
Resolving
clash
town
payout.
is a clash,
score.
a payout, and a score.
Got
Correct.
it. So there can be multiple locations
Yes.
that. Okay.
And it will happen. It'll happen that sometimes nothing resolves in a turn, and the next round 2 things do.
Got it. And cubes will stay on a place if they're not being resolved. So they'll more likely be resolved in future. Okay.
Yep. And you have to be careful about spreading yourself out.
I don't like being careful. I'm gonna
Or not.
Be a recruiter. Oh man, this is interesting. Okay.
Having a hard time deciding how to use it.
Well, yeah. The sort of thinking about the different resources, like these cubes, and not like losing a bunch of cubes in one spot, but also being like wanting to be dominant in a spot. Yeah.
Well, then I maybe my design's working. You're having a hard choice.
No, choices are the worst.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and design a game that has no choices.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
That's my preference. No
Candyland.
choices.
So yeah.
Candyland,
I roll and I move.
Yeah.
Where do I move to?
The number that I rolled. It's perfect. I love it. It's easy.
That's just good design.
That's just good design.
Let's see. Oh man.
The question
I guess,
is what Sasha's doing right now interesting?
yeah.
Yes, that is the question. Not is it hard, but is it interesting?
I guess I'll go here.
Where'd you drop your sneak? There you go. All right.
Whoa.
That was my turn, right?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
it's to you, Jack.
All right. I'm gonna do this.
All right.
What? I shall go like this.
Ooh.
Time to enforce.
Ooh.
Trying to make it happen.
Dura.
All right. I am going to do my recruit turn. So I'm not putting tokens to the map. I'm buying a cards and doing other stuff. So I have 5 points of recruit.
Whoa.
Oh, you can just jump to that.
Whenever you want.
We
You can do
messed
it
up.
right off if you want.
Oh,
We messed up. It's over. We
Yeah.
messed up.
Interesting. Okay.
No, I
Nope,
actually,
game's over.
if you like, the reason I'm doing this early is because the cards that I would like to be playing to get to the table are in the second
Yeah.
half of my deck. So I actually
Gotcha.
not totally happy about this, but I'm making the best of it. I bought that card for 5. That is a
Okay.
nice advantage. I got a pretty solid card out of the deal. I also have 2 agent power, and I can trigger this ability for 2. Everybody see that? Lets me get 1 influence. I'm going to take my influence on the Empire track, since I bought an Empire card that requires Empire influence. And the only other thing I can do on my turn, I spent all my renown. I triggered this power and got that ability. I can spend gold to trash card, which I'm going to do. I'm going to spend 4 gold. I'm going to trash one of these damn sneaks that I don't like. And I put a cube into the graveyard, which will limit my abilities later.
So
And
if a trash happens from somewhere else, does that also send a thing to
if
here?
it trashes from somewhere else, it's a freebie.
Got it.
Yep. So that was my turn. I passed for the rest of this till you
I
guys have done
see
your
all of my mistakes now, and I'll never make them again.
I guess I will do my thing as well. And so I have 4 buying power. With my 4 buying power,
some decent choices out there.
And there's unlimited buys.
It is
You
unlimited
can mix
buys.
and match. Okay.
You can mix and match, replace a card when you buy it to see
Yep.
what's next. So you can buy you could buy the cheap one to see if something better comes up
Yep.
under it. So
Elrig of Han.
gain 1 gold for each mark.
the primary purpose of these 2 cards are to get you buy power and to get you a cheap way to raise your influence with that faction. That's what they do. They're cheap, and they're cheap buy power. They're really useless for putting things down on the board, as you'll notice.
Can bribe the watch. Bribe the watch is this action.
Yes.
I'm looking at this
Yes.
saying that you could bribe the watch. So it's same rate, everything.
It's at
just
the
like
same rate, but you would get to do it during your recruit action and then again at the start of the next round, which makes you a little more efficient and able to get a lot more cubes out if you really want.
And so
Yeah,
Gene,
like
looking at Sasha's here, he's got 3 to activate these powers, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so he could get an influence for 2, and he
and
can get a
get
token. He can activate them both. So an
I will be
influence and a
doing
token
both.
on the watch.
Because you're looking at this and this.
Yep.
Okay.
And then up on a track of my choosing, I think I will join Gene.
Yes, we're the good guys.
Yeah. Team Red.
Team Red.
Are
Team
they the good
Empire.
guys?
The Darkun are in the fantasy IP generally not nice
Are
guys.
they?
Well, depends
They're
on your
just
perspective.
misunderstood.
I don't know. This Darkun
Misunderstood.
Cobra looks pretty sweet. Like sweet. He's a sweet guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lovable.
Misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah.
Rascal. I think that's been
Misunderstood.
my turn, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. So you can actually discard the rest of your cards
Okay.
too. Your play area cards. They're
Chris
not
says, "Good guys, who dat?"
Hey,
New phone.
Uh,
Yes.
Good dies.
So it's my turn.
it is Jack's turn.
Sweet. I'm a sneak right into Tura.
Whoa.
I knew they were going to do that, Sasha.
You didn't know.
Yeah, no, I actually don't care. I'm losing out on 2 gold. Big deal.
You didn't know.
Sour grapes. I actually do care.
Well, I actually do. I have made horrible choices and mistakes, but now I continue to do that.
Beautiful.
Hey,
Ah.
it's 4 gold, man. That was
Exactly.
worth it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't have wasted it for this, but for that, yeah.
Yeah.
And because it's in the guile track, you'll get it
You
back.
get him back. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I know, but I didn't need to put the 2 up there in Tira. Is the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
That was the mistake. Not that guy. Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So now it's mine. It's
Yeah.
my.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do my flop here.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I get 2 renown and then 2 gold. Where do I add my gold? Oh, gold just
Okay,
goes.
you just
Okay.
you just track it in the hidden counter.
And then I also get to spend 2 points here to get 3 more gold.
You
So,
get 1, 2, 3. You have 4 agent power
yeah.
to spend, and
So I'll do that.
you can
And I'll
trigger
go
both
up.
of those.
I'll go up on my Darkun.
Yep.
Oh wait, just 1 point.
Just one
And then-
one step.
And then with my renown, I'll buy. If I don't use it, I lose it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna buy a sympathizer card,
Very good.
and I'm just gonna add that to my discard. I take it,
To
right?
your, to your discard, and you can
Okay.
chuck the rest in the discard too.
Okay, cool.
So this is not going to
Well,
resolve. Probably.
well,
I guess.
That,
I
well,
we'll
guess
find out.
Evan could do
gets to
something about
choose.
it. Yeah,
we
he
will
could do
find
something
out,
about it.
people.
I guess I
We
spoke too
will
early.
find out. That's not great, but I'll do it. So I am gonna
Sneaky kill.
I'm gonna sneak up there.
Ooh, getting right in.
Now it will resolve.
And then on my next turn, I will just put this guy down here.
Okay.
I will buy the only one I can buy, which is this one.
Hey, at least you got something.
And that goes into
There.
my discard.
Yep.
And then
Classic deck builder.
And then
Yeah.
I also get this ability, which is
Ghost
gain a token
Dominion.
from the Watch.
It's a little more.
And that's it.
So Sasha, by the way, that promote ability lets you put the card on top of your deck instead of your discard so that you get it into play earlier.
Oh, fancy.
It's something I'm
Got
toying
it.
with, especially for late game buys.
Got it.
fancy.
Not in the game yet.
It's not really in the game yet. So
I like
Alright.
the multi-use cards. I like. Do I play them for placing the cubes? Do I play them for? That's cool.
I have some questions around that when we finish, because that is
Yeah.
actually something I'm struggling with. So
Yeah.
all right, so everybody's done. This is the guild phase. We're all done with it. Now I resolve. We have 2 that are completed and they get resolved. Since there are 2, it is first player decides the order of resolution. So Sasha gets to pick which one he'd like to see resolved first. And since he doesn't care about that one, but you might, yeah, they get gold out of this. They spend the gold in combat over here.
I
so you
see.
might care.
Yeah. Okay.
Chris
yeah.
said.
I guess
Chris
we'll
said
do.
in chat. Shout out to Dean Spencer for some of the cool art.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's Dean did a bunch of this art, right?
Sorry, just go ahead.
Sasha, which
Sasha,
one we doing
decide our fate.
first?
Okay. I guess we'll do Hamor first. Or
Okay.
Come
yeah.
on.
Yep. So everybody gets one of these
Okay.
things. Get to-
Zadoink.
Decide how many you want.
Flash dial.
Flip a do.
Yep. Keep it hidden. Decide what you want to spend, and then when
State.
everybody's ready, we flip it over.
I'm ready.
And the prizes are based on this.
It is basically blades 2 gold, or if you spend tokens, it shows you what value you get out of the tokens right along the side there.
But the reward for having the highest number?
The reward for
is
having the
yours?
highest will be you decide the fate of who dominates the town. You get an influence with that, and you get to put a token here in Kurnor, which is a scoring opportunity. Not even opportunity. It is almost guaranteed scoring decent points at the end of the game. Second place is a card, which isn't bad. Third place is nothing.
How are ties dealt with?
I knew that question would come up eventually. This is where the alignment comes in. So the arrows show the tiebreak order as it currently is. And currently that is you, Sasha. Winning ties followed by Jack, followed by Evan, followed by me. And that just happens to be the setup on the first turn. People's alignments will change, which will put them in different positions. The domination of the towns will change, which will flip this card, flip the direction. So, but right now it's turn order.
Okay.
If I want to win this,
Spend some money.
spend all of my money.
What I did was obnoxious in that I basically forced somebody to spend money to beat me. Because I get the big 3 cube payout off of these guys.
So this is first. Is this first in the clash? First gets to trash and place a cube.
That is the mark payout. That is not. We're doing the clash payout, which is always the same up here. Since clash key.
So yeah, clashes for these rewards. That having the most cubes is for these rewards after the clash.
Cubes after the clash. Yes. So you are making a choice here.
And just to be clear as well, someone could beat you in the clash without spending any cube or spending any money, right? Because you don't have to be.
I might not spend my cubes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know what I'm doing. So.
Oh, I know what you're doing.
Actually, I think what I'm doing is pretty obvious, but I've played the game, so I know. Something else to keep in mind is the cube sitting up here in the guile row will come back to you, which is nice, unless you spend them for combat. The cubes sitting down here are going to the watch one way or the other. So
there's no benefit to not spending
going to the watch or to here, right?
They may end up, they may end up in control spots or the watch, but they won't come back to you. So you need to think about that.
And they're going to go away no matter what.
Yeah. Get some use out of them is what I'm saying. That use might be sitting on the card to win first place in the mark payout, but get some use out of them.
Yeah.
I'm decidedly committed to this clash.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm also ready.
All right. I did 3. Such an easy win.
Easy win.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I had 6 points worth. I want to keep one on there to get the 4 payout, but the other 3 was easy. So we'll pop it in there. We will go. It is an Empire town, folks. Empire town. I get 1 influence. I got my 1 up, and somebody missed out on a cheap second.
No kidding.
Yep. All right. That was the clash. Now we do the payout here. And this one's there's no
goes to Sasha.
It's decided. Sasha takes first.
I take second.
Jack takes second.
And I get 4 gold.
Evan and I get our cheap payout.
Yeah.
So now wait, why did you put we each get to place a cube there. First and second each get to place a cube. Got it.
Where did my guy go? Oh, sorry. I get to choose where the cube comes from.
It doesn't matter. Yes, you do. Well, it does matter. And yes, you do. It does matter, and yes, you do. Take it from the green because it's going away.
Yep.
So
I get this one back.
Yeah. So you guys put your cubes in there. You take your payout. The cubes that are up here come back. My cube down here goes into the watch.
And I get Sasha gets to trash
Sasha, one of your cubes went into the watch, right?
Yep.
So Sasha gets to trash a card.
Well, yeah. One went into the watch, one went into here, and one went back to me.
That's correct.
And then I get a card. Subterfuge.
Yep, cool. That's correct. We get rid of this.
And where do I put a trash card? Where do I put it?
I promoted you. You can just delete the card you don't like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just play this instantly if I want?
Unless the text says otherwise, yes.
Okay. Do I technically still have all these cards in my play area?
What does the card say? Trash? You can
Yeah.
trash from your discard.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, yep.
Great.
All right. So that was the town. We score it. It scores Empire. You guys get 2 points because of where you are on the track, right? So you each get 2 points.
Where do
Jack
trash
get-
cards go?
Delete them.
Yeah,
Delete 'em?
you don't get 2, Evan.
What?
You don't have any tokens in
You
there.
just said you guys get 2 points.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna play this trash a card
Yep.
card and then trash this card. Delete it.
Yeah, just delete it.
Okay.
All right. So I gave Jack, I gave you 2 points from the town. Sasha got
Oh,
his
sweet.
2 points from the town.
And I also
Bring out-
earned 4 gold, right?
Yep.
From that. Okay.
We bring out the next mark.
Oh yeah, 4 gold.
There it is. Now we resolve this one over here. And that's just you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That's,
cool.
Evan and Jack, you guys have your fight.
All right, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
I'll fight you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sure gonna fight you here. All right, ready?
Yep.
Boom.
3.
Ah,
So, Jack does miss out on the second place thing, right?
Yep.
no,
It would have
not
been worth
that.
it would have been worth 2 gold, Jack. Just saying.
Or
What would've?
that second place one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so
It wouldn't be worth 2 gold, would it? Because I would have had to get rid of this guy.
No, you spend 2 gold and dial 1 blade and not spend the token.
Because you can spend
Oh.
cubes or gold.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you can spend gold. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure.
That's
I don't
fine,
have a
yeah.
problem with it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you would have dialed 1.
Yeah.
Spend the 2 gold.
Okay.
Take your
okay.
second for cheap.
Take my card. Gotcha.
Take your
okay,
card.
so
yeah.
the first thing that happens is
The first thing that happens, Evan, is you take this payout. So you decide this direction the town's going to go. Do you want a Darkun? Are you the evil guy? Are
I
you
mean,
the good guy?
obviously I'm the evil guy.
All right. So you take it, flop it over. Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Then you get 1 influence on the
Okay.
evil track,
Uh-huh.
right? And you put a token in here, and that token can come from your payment. Very good. All right. And that's it. And Jack paid his 2 gold and got his card, right?
Yes, I did.
So that's the clash. You're done with that.
Mhm.
Now
Okay,
we
yeah.
resolve the mark payout. And
So Evan gets influence.
Evan gets first. He gets 1 influence and gets to put a token down.
And I get an influence.
Correct. Which you probably want on that track because it's going to get you a victory point.
Put a token down, get 2
Coin.
gold, get my
Wait, 2
influence
gold?
card.
What's happening? What's happening?
I think Jack's
I feel like we went out of
Jack's-
order. What's happening?
Jack's taken his second place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your first place was the influence. You got that. The token down. You got that. Jack, there's no token on second.
Oh, you're right. Yep. No
Maybe
token.
that's on-
But he was in
more.
sneak, so I'll just
Yeah,
take
it
him
goes
back.
back to you. Yeah.
Cool.
Evan,
Um,
yours goes back to you.
Okay.
So Jack, you got
Gotcha.
2 cards, is that right?
I got a card from.
The clash and the card from the.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
That and that.
Jack's
Okay.
been going to town on the cards.
For some
Yeah,
reason,
so
I
I've got-
only see 1 card in your hand.
Well, I've got 3 of them
Oh,
here.
got it.
He's putting them in
Yeah.
his hand to look at them. And Evan, you got your other token back, right?
I did.
All right. So, and you guys got your 2 gold off of this?
I did not.
Okay.
Okay.
Jack and you each get 2 gold. This one goes away. Get rid of
Yes.
that. Replace it. And we
Sweet.
score the town. Darkun, only Evan is there. He gets 3
Wow.
points per cube. He gets 3
everybody.
points. Yeah, you're winning. Look
Got
at that.
everybody.
All right.
Wow.
That's a round. We finished 2 marks out of 12. First player moves to Jack. We start the next round. Any questions before we start the next round? You guys pretty good with this?
I think so.
Yeah.
All righty.
I think I'm
All right.
alright.
It's making sense.
Good. It's supposed to.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
So now we're bribing.
Bribe
Yep.
the watch.
Bribe the watch. Get some tokens back.
Oh yeah, bribe the watch.
Draw a hand of 5 cards. Think about what you want to do with them.
I'll pay 6 gold. Take 3 guys.
Oh, I could have.
Lay a powerhouses actually.
Okay, so now I play my thing.
If everybody's done bribing, we've done the planning phase, and we go into the guild phase, starting with you, Jack.
Okay, cool. So
I think I forgot all about these recruit actions. When do you do that?
That's your recruit turn, and you did do it.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
You bought the one.
That's
Oh,
buying
I
these
see,
cards.
okay.
You bought that guy.
Okay.
I'll
But I
play.
also could have purchased influence.
Yeah, you need at least 2 though. You only had 1 to buy with. You can't buy
And
influence.
I also could have purchased a cube into Kurnor.
Yeah,
Oh, that's what that is. Okay,
that's
got it.
expensive. Yeah,
That's what that is.
that's a late game strategy.
And I could have trashed a card.
You could have trashed a card for 4 gold.
Okay.
So,
Okay, sorry,
the bright side is you'll get to do that anyhow before your next turn draw.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm just gonna play this one guy. I'm gonna place.
Just out of curiosity, really
sorry.
quick, is this once per turn, or is this
what-
as many
what-
times as you have 4 gold?
as many times
Until
as you
you
got
have-
4 gold until you got 4 tokens in there. Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, this is something I'm experimenting with. Just kind of give an easy way for folks to trash cards and clean their hand. A lot of deck builders, it's kind of has to be a strategy you drive towards, and I wanted to make it. I want to make it so you can get a tighter deck and get through it more often. So look at them go. Jeez, you guys are ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right, Gene.
I really don't know what to do about this. I don't like that. I don't know. I don't like your strategies. So I'm gonna hop here into Durnville.
I'm just gonna avoid it.
I'm gonna avoid it. I'm helping you out. I mean, you guys just
Yeah,
get more.
no, that's
I
great.
don't want to help you out. And it's a 6, so play your cards. Get your cubes up there.
Yeah, I'll join the party.
See,
Uh,
Sasha and I are gonna play.
Ooh,
Nice.
witch party. Ooh, nice party.
Yes.
Let's see.
Wait, before Jack actually plays this card out, I wanted to play this one out.
Sure.
Not that one.
Oh, I did forget one thing that should have been done at the end of basically at the beginning of the next round, which is the turn order changes. Because it's tied, it flips whenever it's tied.
Okay.
In addition, I am up here because I moved up that track and Evan is up here.
Oh, okay.
That should have been adjusted when we crossed the lines. Forgot to do that.
I see.
And this is at the end of the round that changes. So Evan's actually in the pole position on ties right now.
No big deal.
So turn order would flop, so it goes counterclockwise.
Yes, that's exactly what
Oh,
happened.
okay.
But it's not
All right.
it's not counterclockwise your position at the table. It's counterclockwise right here.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Wow.
Yeah, this is new. I'm playing with this. For the longest time, it was literally just turn order.
So then your turn order is just like totally. It can totally change from round to round.
Yeah, that's the idea, and you can also play with it a little bit because you can control your alignment. And you can.
Well, that's interesting.
And you can control which way you send the board, so you can play with it a little bit.
Okay.
And also, if I'm sitting here, the lonely guy playing one faction while everybody else plays the other faction, at least get some advantage out of it.
Whose turn is it?
I think it's probably mine.
Is it?
Well,
no,
or is it mine?
I
Jack's.
just
It's mine.
gone.
Oh, it's back
Jack's.
to you, yeah.
It's Jack's.
What's this thing in the bottom right-hand corner of these cards?
Where? Oh, the second place payout on this card is a draw card. So when this mark completes, whoever takes second just takes this card to help them remember that they get the draw. That's all it does.
They take this.
They'll take the mark
location.
card, and when they do their draw on the next card, they'll discard this, and that just lets them know they get a draw.
Okay.
It's just a reminding mechanism. So.
So we were just saying the turn order. This is the turn order.
Correct.
So if I just went, then it would.
It's in the direction of the arrows. So Evan will win ties, followed by Jack, followed by you with.
So
It's
is
not
this
turn
just for
order.
tie or just turn
It's
order?
not
It's
turn
not turn
order.
order.
It's
Okay,
not turn
got it.
order.
I think
Turn
there was
order.
confusion.
Yeah,
Got
I'm
it.
sorry about that. It is tiebreak order.
Okay, got it.
Turn order is just around the table. That turn order doesn't matter so much. It's the tiebreak order that's really can't be fixed all the time.
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking so long. I'm gonna sneak, and I'm gonna send a guy over to Durnville.
Look at them hopping in and getting.
Oh wait, no. Sorry, Tura.
Oh, interesting. Let's
So does it currently cost as a recruit action, Gene? Did it cost 6 renown to put a guy here?
As a recruit action, yes, and you get the bonus of getting a free draw on your next turn.
And how much does it cost in renown to increase your influence?
Depends where you are on the track.
Oh, it depends on the track.
If
Gotcha.
you're in this band, it's 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Gotcha. Okay.
One.
So is it to me?
2.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
So Evan, I don't know if you saw
What?
the chat.
No.
I cannot seem to bring
into the
chat
marked
up.
It's on
I
the
did that
YouTube
already.
live stream. You'd have to bring up the YouTube live stream. Do you have the YouTube live stream up, Gene?
What do I need to do?
The YouTube channel.
I got it. Okay, I'll get that. No, I understand what you're saying now. I'll get it up. Yeah.
Okay, so Gene's turn.
Yep. All right, so my turn. I'm actually gonna play the game for a good hand, and I'm gonna take my recruit. 2 gold.
Wow.
I got a 4 buy. I'm gonna pick up the local
boss
for 4.
Nice. That's a good.
The reason I like the boss is he's really good agent power, so I get a lot of cubes down with 1 card, and it's great at triggering other stuff. So it's one of the cheapest cards that'll do that in the game. And I got my 2 gold, and then I have enough agent power to trigger that for 3 more gold. 1, 2, 3. So that is my recruit phase, but I will spend gold, and I have 8, so I spent all 8 to delete 2 cards. So I trashed 2 cards.
Ooh, wow.
Okay.
I'm giving up the plays on the board for building a tight deck.
So executing his friends.
Hoping I can come back with it later, because this is now two marks that have gone by with me not participating.
Fair.
So it's my turn. I'll go ahead and play this, and I'll pop this in.
I think there's something to investing in the future because Gene seems to be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't mean a damn thing.
It does.
I lose my game. I lose this game all the time. Trust me. I lose it. I lose it. A real simple fact is just, oh man, it's deck building. I can build this real tight deck, and I spend the whole game doing that, and then I lose. People just take their starter hand and just pummel the board and take all the spots, and they win.
Oh man, well, got to work on those cards, Gene.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's a little more balanced than that, but we'll see. There is also a strategy of play for the town, which is victory points early, or play big in the middle, which means win the battles and get your tokens out here, buy tokens in here, get a bunch of tokens here, and get a big score in the end.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of trade-off.
Okay.
And I'll also note that the town strategy is very token intensive, and this one is less token intensive, which can matter.
Fair enough.
That was my turn. Go ahead,
Oh,
Jack.
you went. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
I'm just saying all that to pretend like I know what I'm doing. So.
Enforcer. Boop.
Oh, look at that. Pulling my trick.
Sneaky. Sneaky. Sneaky.
Ooh, sneaking in.
I am gonna sneak in.
You guys finished that, didn't you? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. I'm done. I did my buy.
Okay. Pop a cube over here. That was my turn.
Okay. And then I'm gonna buy. So I'm gonna do my guild action phase. And let's see, I can activate this power, which is draw subterfuge card, match or alignment, but I'm not unaligned, so I can draw either.
It's your choice.
Okay. But I have 3 of these, and you can only have.
You're gonna have to get rid of one. So
Okay, well let's see about that.
Not now. You get rid of you get rid of it at the end of the phase. So
Oh, at the end of the phase.
Yeah, you don't have to decide right now. Actually, in general, I haven't written the rule this way yet, but my general take is when you get a card, you shouldn't even be looking at it until the end of the turn or the phase, just because I don't want it to slow play. Right.
Oh, okay. You don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want people sitting there pondering what to do while everybody waits on them. So my take, I haven't written the rule quite yet, but take a card, finish turn, and then you decide what you want to do with those.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So the 3 card max, just remind me how that works again. Like you just have to play a card that turn.
You have to use one at the end of the round. By the end of the round.
Whoa.
Jack, you did get a 3-buy too.
How many?
I did, yeah. So 3 buy.
Did you just get?
Can you buy more than 1 card? You can,
Yes.
right?
Buy as much as you
so I'm gonna buy this guild runner, and I'm gonna buy the Cobra.
Jack, how did you get 4 guild cards?
He just has been storing them up.
Oh
Slowly.
wow.
He now has to get rid of one. So yep. I mean, he has to use one. He can discard it for the bottom value, or he can, if it's playable, he can play it. Like he did that with the trash card last turn.
Okay, I think that's my turn though. I think I did everything I can do.
Yep.
Okay.
So
now you got.
If you got 4 gold, you can trash card.
Oh, that's right. No, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, so I get 4 buy power, and I also get to gain an influence with a faction, obviously. And I also get to draw a subterfuge.
Right. You triggered all of them. Very nice.
I don't know what that means. Gene, can you tell me what this means?
What that card means is when your town scores and it scores the Empire side, you can play that card.
When what town scores?
Any town. If
if
you're in a town when it scores,
Uh-huh.
and it scores the Empire side, and you would rather score off your Darkun track, you play this card, you get to score this side. right?
I
Imagine
see.
you're way up here and you're way down on that,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
somebody
yeah.
beats you the punch and takes it empire. You flop that down and still get your big points.
Okay, you guys never
That's
saw
what
it.
it does.
Gene, if a turn says on your card, if a card says on your turn,
Turn.
will I have another turn, or the clash doesn't count as a turn?
Clash is not a turn.
Okay, so it would,
on your turn card cannot be played right now.
okay.
Yep.
Like won't be played until the next round.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep it, you could play
Yeah.
it in the next round. Yes.
I
Okay,
am
okay.
gonna
Yeah,
buy
there are a few that say on your turn just because the way they
Kiss
work would be
card.
disruptive otherwise.
Yeah, totally. I could see that.
And then I am going to spend 4 gold to discard or trash a sneak. Womp.
And I put one of your guys up in the graveyard there. So.
Oh, thank you. And I believe. Oh, and I can trash anybody from the graveyard too. I'm gonna pay another 4. Not yet. Just in case. Okay.
Oh yeah, trash those cards. Get a nice tight hand. That's what I like.
Okay.
I lose the game doing that. So you trash 2, right? I put 2 tokens up.
I only trashed 1.
Oh, okay. I'll give you a token back then. All right. Are you done then,
Yep.
Evan? So I'm past. It's back to you, Sasha.
I think I'll play this out. And this here.
And I think it's back to you again. I think everybody took their turns.
And I'll just do this, can gain 5 gold. And so I will spend 8 to remove 2 cards.
Put 2 guys up in the graveyard.
Let's go. I guess I'm just gonna get rid of these 2. Okay. I think that was the end of that phase.
Yep. We have 2 marks to
Resolution.
resolve.
And
Jack,
Evan,
you get to decide which one first.
Oh, let's do Tyra first.
Oh, because the first player. Got it.
Mhm.
Yeah, first player.
Yeah,
All
let's
right,
do Tyra
Tyra
first.
Well, I'm going to sit and watch. You guys have fun.
Okay. So
currently Evan wins ties.
That is correct. Evan followed by Jack.
You guys ready?
I guess so.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, look at the big bids.
Ooh, yeah.
Wow, 7.
You win, Jack.
Nice.
You got to pay for it, though.
Okay. So that's gonna be these 2 guys. Go back to the City Watch.
One
You
goes
can
to
put
here,
one
probably.
here. Put one
Oh.
here.
Yep, and one
So-
there.
So
So
that's
those 2
6.
guys, and then I need to pay 2 gold
Yep.
to add the extra sword. So
Which way
there's
does
that.
it go?
And then Darkun.
All right, put another card out.
Okay.
Give yourself 1 influence. Darkun
One influence. Okay. And then
Your alignment just changed, by the way. This is the thing we
Okay.
forgot last time. So
Okay.
Yep.
And then anything else? No, that's it.
That's it. Who took second?
I did.
Evan. So you got to pay your 6 and you get a card.
What does get a card mean?
You get a subterfuge card.
Okay.
One of those.
Just
But you got to pay. You got to pay 6. You got to pay for 6 blades. So
Okay, I will pay for 6 blades. Let's go 1, 2,
Yeah, they don't go back to you. They go in the watch. That's correct.
3, 4.
That one was a thief, wasn't it? Doesn't that come back to your?
Not when
Not
you
if I'm
use them.
spending
Not
it.
if you use them in the clash.
And then I spend 4 gold.
Yes, that was expensive.
Okay.
And then Sasha, you get nothing for it, but
I have to spend 4 still. Okay, got it.
yes, I gotta spend 4. Yep.
I guess I'll spend this
And 2
and
gold.
2
Mhm.
gold.
All right, that was the clash. Now the payout for Tyra. It looks like Evan takes first, Jack takes second, and Sasha gets the all payout. Everybody gets the 4 gold except me.
I got first, which is.
You get to put a token in.
And I take second because I break ties
Wait,
over
was I supposed to draw a
Correct.
card
Sasha.
for something?
Correct. What was the
Somebody
question,
said
Evan?
Did you say draw a card? Is that.
You drew a card for your second place there. Yes, that's correct.
Did I? I don't think I did. Okay, so that means I reshuffle here. Oh no, that was a subterfuge card.
Is that this card right here?
I already did it.
Okay. All right. So,
So
here,
now,
Evan, you put a token in.
I did not.
You can use that token right there.
Okay.
Jack, that was your token, correct?
Yeah.
And then I draw 2 cards.
You'll draw 2 cards to start your next turn. Yep.
Jack, Gene, could I? Yep. What? Go ahead.
I said, Jack, did you get your subterfuge card?
I did. And then I also took my 4 gold.
All 3 of you should have got the gold. Yeah.
And I get 4 gold. And I draw 2 cards later?
Yeah, here's what we do. We just take this over, we pop it down for you, and you got a little reminder right there.
Okay.
So at the start of your next turn, draw the 2, throw the card away.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the idea there.
Ian, can I play this card right away?
Oh yeah, that's when you're supposed to play it. That's exactly what it's for.
So I score 5 VP.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. Card goes to discard, you get 5 victory points. Yeah, you
Sweet.
placed. Yeah, you took first. So yep.
So I should be at 7.
Nice. Look at you guys crushing me at my own game. All right, now we score the town. So you guys are each scoring 3 per token. So Evan gets 6, Jack gets 3.
Okay.
So 5, 6.
Cool.
Yep. And now Durnville. All right.
Okay. So let me see.
I have my bid ready when everybody else is good to go.
I'm almost ready.
Okay, I am going to, oh, sorry. I am going to, let's see.
Guess I'm ready.
Okay, okay, I'm ready.
Okay, Flippy.
6, and that's because I'm playing this card, Reinforcements. Which doubles the value of a cube.
Yep.
I assume that means I can play 6, right?
What's the stratification meaning there?
What do you mean the stratification?
Where he's at on
The
this?
words say tokens are double value in one clash, and then there's a bunch of other symbols.
The symbols tells you how many tokens you get to double.
So he gets a double 1 cube.
I get to double 1.
Correct.
Because
Which is
he's
all you
value.
needed. All you needed for that. Yeah.
Okay.
If he was up higher on this, then he would get to double more.
More cubes.
So it's the win on the clash, which is Kurnor.
Yep.
I get to choose the influence here, so I'll go Darkun.
You get an influence with the Darkun.
And then I get influence with the Darkun. Cool.
Yep.
Then I get a card because I'm second.
Yes. And you got to pay for it. You guys both got to pay for your bid.
Yeah.
And third place gets 0.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna.
Jack, you're a monster on the conflicts there.
Mhm.
Oh man, this turn.
This turn. Yeah.
And my paying, I will pay.
Those subterfuge cards
It's
are
money.
no joke.
They're-
Those are
They're
helpful.
they're powerful.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
spend 4.
I nominally value those subterfuge cards at 5 gold, and that may be a little bit low actually, considering what some of them
I'm
do.
just gonna spend 4.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, the situations. Situationally,
sit-
they can be.
Yeah, and they're meant to be situational. I don't want them to be just be uber powerful, but in some situations are really really nice.
I was pretty worried I was going to have
Oh,
to
wait.
trash one. It just happened to work out.
Uh-huh. Although you did cost yourself a place on the card. I don't know if you noticed this.
What's that? A place on
only-
the yeah.
Yeah,
mhm,
you
I did notice.
You gave up.
Yeah.
You gave up the 2 gold, but it was probably worth it for the payout.
Yeah.
All right, is everybody paid for their?
I think so. So just to get this straight, as far as ties go, I'm currently beating you in a tie.
You currently lose to me in the tie. The tie follows the arrow. No, I'm sorry, I said it backwards. You
Yeah, I'm
yes,
currently beating
currently
you.
beat me in the tie. That's
Got
correct.
it. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, I decided to lose one of my cubes rather than pay an extra 4
Right,
gold.
because you can still beat me. Yes,
Yeah.
I see. Very good. So everybody's paid. So now we do the town, and it looks
And I'm
like
third place
Sasha takes
again.
first, and I take second. So
So I get a card draw and a cube.
and a cube and an influence. Yep. And everybody there gets 2 gold, which is everybody except Jack. You get your cubes back
If they were up there.
if they were up there. Otherwise, they go to the watch.
Wait, or to here if I sent it there, right?
You can use it for that. Yes.
Yeah.
You get this just as a reminder to draw.
Card reminder. Yep.
We score that town, Darkun. We each score 2 victory points. Hey, I'm on the board. And we bring out another mark.
Okay.
And it's the next round. Goes to Evan.
And so, is the mark deck organized in some sort of way?
It is organized. They progressively get harder. The ones that will trigger the close down of a town are further down.
So you said that there are 4 and there are 4 left.
Yeah, well, that are probably the 4 there. Yes. It
Okay,
wasn't
got it.
necessarily guaranteed to happen that way, but
Got
it
it.
looks like it did. Also, there is 2 towns under Darkun influence or dominance and 1 under the Empire. So we flip this card to show the Darkun side, and I now win ties.
And
Oh,
an-
interesting.
another little thing that I'm curious about is I see I think you mentioned to us at some point, but I can't remember. You're flipping these over. One of them has 3 swords. What is that for?
It has swords if it's the swords matter if it's still up here at the end of the game. Once it goes down here, the swords have no effect other than they've been taken out of this pile.
Got it.
Do you want me to explain how this
And these
conflict
piles.
works?
Got it. That's for how this last battle is.
Yeah,
gonna
now that you
work.
guys have done a good couple clashes, Art could give you the skinny on the main clash here at the end of the game. In this one, you won't just dial blades, you'll pick a side. So you will pick either Darkun or Empire side, and the winner will be the sum, right? So like if you and I, Sasha, both win Empire, and Jack and Evan both go Darkun, we're gonna be adding our values together to see which way it goes, right? You're fighting for a side in the last battle. It's not just whoever wins picks, it is the side that wins. And one of the sides is going to get a bonus based on the delta in these cards. There's 7 here and there's 9 here. So that guy would basically throw away the 7 and we'd throw away 7 of those. There'd be 2 left at 3 blades each. Empire gets a 6 bonus in that fight, which means that if Darkun win a lot of town controls, the Empire gets a big bonus and vice versa. That's what that does.
Got
I
it.
don't think I followed any of that, but that's okay.
Okay. It is one of the issues I actually would like feedback on the game is because it is
There was a
different
lot of
than the,
discarding, a lot of bonuses. I know that.
yeah, and it's different than the regular Clash, which is kind of confusing. So
Mhm.
anyhow,
Alright.
we're on to the next round. So remember, if you have one of these cards, you got an extra draw out of the deal.
So I'm gonna
When
draw
when can you
7.
kill your people to
Correct.
trash cards?
That's a recruit action.
Okay. And you can do that. It's just when you play your flop.
When you do your flop is when you
Okay.
get to do it. That's correct.
Okay.
And that's the only time you get to do it. So.
Okay.
I am. And let's see, what's this gonna be?
Also, remember you get to bribe the watch at this point.
I did already.
Oh yeah, I forgot to grab watch. I will do that.
We go like this. A 1. A 2.
All right. I'm going to play the local boss. Put
Nice.
three tokens into play. I get Celestia going.
Cool. All right.
That was my play.
Okay, so not great if we let Evan keep winning this spot.
Well, he can't do it by himself. Stop helping
Yeah.
him.
Come on.
Yeah,
Guys.
I'm vocalizing it so that we are all sort of on the same page.
Yeah, you don't see me over there. You didn't see me over there last time either.
I just wanted the money. It was already going
Yeah,
off.
I know. I just you
Come
got to decide if
on.
it's really worth the money. So
You people.
Okay.
You people.
I guess I will.
and Evan, you drew your extra 2 cards
I
off
did.
of this. Yeah, so we discard that. It's just a reminder.
Um, let's go. What were these 2 cards again? Okay. Let's go. A sneak. I'll pop into here.
Sneaky.
See, that's a smart move. Stop helping him, start helping me.
Come on.
Okay, Jack.
Okay. I'm gonna sneak. Last year. Oh. I'm gonna sneak in over here.
Yeah.
Doop doop.
That's right, people. I am
But why though?
gonna. Whoa. That's doing that. There we go. Gonna go like this.
Can you purchase renown? You can't, right?
You cannot. No.
Okay.
The only way you get a big renown play is either buy cards that are going to get you 2 or 3, or get a few of the draw extras and get a big flop. So, to me, right?
Mhm.
I'm going to continue to pursue my losing strategy of buying lots of cards.
We shall see.
But I will get this other Empire guy who's quite nice for
Seems good.
5. I get a token out of the watch, and I get an influence with the Empire faction.
Whoa.
And I'm done. I don't have any money to trash anything with. I'm not convinced my strategy is any good.
How do you know you got all that stuff? Was that on the card?
How do I know I got all that? Let's see. I'll lay it out here.
No, the influence. Oh, those were abilities on other cards.
This was my flop. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what bought the card.
The card didn't give you that other stuff.
Yeah.
That was
I
abilities on
have
these guys.
3 agent power,
I
which
got it. I'm good.
triggers
I'm good.
that and that. Yeah.
Got
That's
it.
actually why I bought the local boss. 1 play, and I get
Got it.
3 things down and 3
Yeah,
agent power.
I thought this guy was giving you all that. I was like, wait a minute.
No, I just bought
I got it. I'm good.
Yep, yep. Although I got another one like him in the deck coming up
Nope.
soon. Eventually,
You-
my strategy might kick in. Meanwhile, I'm letting folks take things away from me. It's to you, Sasha.
Decide if I am going for something up here or not. All of these are the purple faction or neutral.
You should have gone purple.
You can always buy these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good buy power and they're a cheap influence. They're just useless. You're going to have to use them for that. They're useless to put on the board. That's all.
It just feels bad when I've put in effort to thin my deck to like put like not great cards in my deck.
They're not horrible. They do one specific thing. That's really the only downside. There are very few cards in the deck that have higher than a 2 purchase power.
Okay. I guess do that.
Oh, hey, look, I can see Evan's hand. That's
what? Don't do that.
Oh, screen peeking.
Oh, it's on the YouTube live, so I can see what he's thinking about playing. Evan, do you mind putting your subterfuge cards up in there too?
No. Here you go. I got that one. Got that one. And I got that one. Did you look? Whoa. Celestia.
Yeah, let's get it done. I think it's a good thing.
Doing
Whoa.
big things.
Back. Your turn.
I am going to sneak into Dara.
Unacceptable.
Look at this. I may still finish this card.
Yeah.
Why are you helping him, Jack?
I am gonna sneak into. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Yeah, Tyra's gonna just be like a crazy point.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big point generation. We're gonna have to go in there and muck it up for him by making that go Empire. Is what we're gonna.
I'm gonna sneak into Celestia.
Celestia.
Slipping in and picking up the free gold.
Yeah.
I'm done. I did my flop.
I will do my flop as well. So I have 4. Okay. What is the order that we're do our slot? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter. You
Okay.
can you
I
can use
guess I
this
will
in any way you like.
buy this. I will gain 5 gold.
Hey, there's a empire card.
Perfect. Right.
Nope.
After I spent all my stuff.
Yeah. Hey, the local boss is decent card. So
Seems good.
Let's go. Also, I'm gonna gain a token from watch, and I think that's it. Or I did this and that. Yeah, I think that's it.
you can trash something. Pick
Oh
up
yeah,
trash.
I could trash. I will trash something. Let's trash another sneak. Go ahead, Jack.
And so I'll put
thank
another
you.
cube up for you. Yep.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna sneak into Tyra.
Finish the job.
Finish it.
Jeez. What? That's too rich for my blood. I'm gonna flippy floppy. So that is a 3 buy, but let's see. First, I get 5 gold, and then gain 1 gold for each mark or guild. What's a guild card?
If you trigger this, any place you get a gold, you get an extra gold, which currently you already have 2 cards giving you gold. So that's already 2 extra gold. And then if you get a payout like here, you get another extra gold out of that. Anytime, basically the card is anytime you get a gold, you get gold, you get an extra one.
So that's going to be sitting there to trigger during the resolution.
That's correct.
Of
That's
those
correct.
cards. Okay, got
That's correct. It'll trigger. If you pay for that with your agent
Which
power,
I am,
it'll
yeah,
trigger off of that. It'll trigger off of that, and then it'll trigger off of this, and then it'll trigger off of this one. So that's four gold. It's pretty
two
nice.
separate
Okay.
instances?
No, that's the hopefully the language makes that clear.
Yeah.
Each mark or guild
5, 6,
card
7.
that gives you gold this round.
Got it.
Yeah. So I just made 9 gold.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're gonna make 4 more off of that, but you haven't made it all yet. You make 2 of it now, so that's 6. Did you trigger this one? Yep, 9. That's a lot of gold.
Okay, great.
That buy a lot of swords.
And then this one, if draw a Darkun card from your discard and add it to your recruit.
Useless because you don't have anything to discard.
Oh man!
But if you had a powerful Darkun card, you
Yeah.
could bring it into play.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, can I buy first?
Technically, yes.
Okay, great. I buy a Darkun card.
Technically, yes. Actually, the ways the rules are written, you do this stuff in any order, which means you can buy a Darkun card and activate it.
I will do that. I only have a
may have to change that rule.
3. And I don't like that guy. I can't buy the 4. So I'm just going to buy this sucker.
Sympathizer.
Too bad you can't buy this
I know.
big baddie.
Yeah. And then I will
No kidding.
draw a Darkun card from my discard and add it to my recruit, which is where?
This is your recruit you're doing right now. So you just trigger it and put it down.
Okay, great.
And you get the effects from it.
I gain influence.
You gotta pay agent power for that.
I already.
You do get the 2 buy though.
I get the 2 buy.
All right, another one.
Cool. And then I will spend 1, 2, 3, 4 to get rid of another sneak.
Put another cube up for you. All right, very nice. You can throw all this stuff in your discard, but leave that one out because it still
Right.
has an effect.
Okay, so it's my turn.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yes.
All right, good. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play a disguise card. So on your turn, you may rearrange all your tokens on a mark.
Oh wow.
So I'm gonna go
That's cool.
boom, boom,
Yeah,
That's cool.
boom, boom,
I like
like
that.
that.
Cutthroat.
That's cool.
I love it.
And then, so then I'm gonna play my flop here. And I have enough agent power to activate this. So gain 1 influence with 1 faction. So I'll increase my influence here.
Yep. And for the
Um,
record, because you've now your influence changes at this point,
mhm.
and the position on this track when you're on like Darkun
I
Empire
jump
it
Evan.
is based on the other players. Yes. So
Sorry,
what
hi.
happens is you do jump him.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
so I get that. And then I have 3 renown here. So I'm gonna use I'm going to use, well, I'm gonna get a card. I'm gonna get this. I guess I'll get this Imperial guy, actually, surprisingly. But yeah, I'll do that. And then that extra renown, I think, is just lost.
Yes.
But yeah, that's me.
Nice.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Cool.
All right. So everybody did their flop.
Mhm.
We have 2 resolutions.
We are doing
Evan,
Celestia first.
we're doing Celestia first.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, sorry, I meant to also
Trash.
yeah. Well,
You haven't trashed anything yet, I don't think. I mean,
yeah, I know.
not by paying. You got a card. You trashed off of a card.
I'm not gonna trash. I'm just gonna leave
All right. The one's the big, thick, ugly hand.
it. Yeah.
You're winning, so it's clearly
Yeah,
an
right.
effective strategy.
Yeah.
All right. I got my bid ready.
Wait, where are we?
He said Celestia
Oh,
first.
Celestia first. Got it. Um, just look at this real quick.
So currently Evan is beating me in a tie, is that right?
Yes.
Currently, Evan is beating you in tie. That's correct.
Yeah.
Bumping him off of that spot didn't do you much good.
Yeah.
Could change though.
Mhm.
Everybody but Jack is in this. So whenever you're ready.
I am ready.
I think
All
I'm
right.
ready.
All right.
And who is
let's do
Butt
it.
Jack? Okay.
So I bid the 3. I pay for it with this token. There's my 3. It will, of course, go Empire. I'll get my Empire influence. And I did my part.
I'm gonna get my reward now. I already spent my cube. And I get a card of my choice of these 2.
Yep.
I'll take this.
All right. Now we resolve the town. I have 3. Sasha has 2. Evan
Yep.
has 1. So
Yep. So I'll get $4.
you get 4. It's 4. Yes, 4 because of your card. That's right. Everybody else, with the rest of us, just get 3. I put my cube in.
And I trash card.
You get a trash. Yep. And you get your 2 cubes back. And we score that count. I get 4 points. Woohoo.
Dang. Pretty good.
Yep. And this one is up. You notice this has the little symbol, so this will be the last mark in Celestia. Celestia will score one more time.
Oh, right.
Oh, I see.
Yep. That's the big advantage that's been gained over here, because
Mhm.
you guys have managed to get this scored twice. 3 is town's going to score 4 times.
Yeah.
Which is a lot better
Wow.
than scoring 2 times.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yep.
Mhm. So now it's Tyra.
Now it's Tyra.
Miss Banks.
Okay.
That's all you guys. You Darkun
Let
guys
me see.
fighting over who gets to own that. So us
So
Empire guys
you've
should stay
got
out of that.
a power of 8 over there. I've got
Uh,
6.
I just realized. So is this a card that I could have played now?
That is a card that you should have played now. Why don't you do it?
Yeah.
Get your 5 victory points.
Nice.
Yep.
Got it. Sorry.
That's all right.
Proceed.
Okay, Evan, are you ready?
No, I have to do math in my head.
Do the math.
Okay, I'm done.
Ready?
Yep.
There you go. 4.
I
Oh,
didn't
look
need
at
to
the
go that
big
high.
fight.
I didn't need to go that
Nice.
high.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna lose my guy, and then lose 2 gold.
Get
Yeah.
a card. Get a card for your trouble.
Get a card.
I
Very
am
well.
gonna spend this sucker here to double my
Double.
3
To 6.
to 6, and then that goes in there, and I'll spend $4.
I got a suggestion.
Okay.
No. I was going to say you could also just spend that for 1 more, but you wanted that to go in the town and this to come back to you. So, yeah, spend the $4.
What goes in the town? Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the second place bonus,
Yeah.
you're going to want to use that for the second place bonus.
Yep.
All right. You guys
Cool.
did that. Which
Now
way
we
is town?
place the-
Which way does the town go there?
That
Evan?
is Darkun.
All right, put a Darkun tag in it, and I'll bump you 1 influence.
Oh, thanks. You bumped me.
Oh, I bumped Jack. Sorry.
Yeah, it should be
wait a
Evan,
minute,
right?
Wait a minute.
But then town scores.
Yeah, the town
And,
now scores.
I get 2 cubes, right?
That's right.
Cool.
And a
So
card.
2
Man,
cubes.
you killing us on those cards.
Yeah, the cards
And I
are
get 1
cards are
cube,
nuts.
Yep.
And 5 gold.
Yep.
and this comes back, and I get 6 gold.
That's correct. And you're going to get the draw next turn, Evan. Pop that out for you.
Okay, so
Now
now can I it's the end of the turn here, right? So
Right.
can I play this card immediately so I don't have to trash one of these?
You have to play the card at the end of the phase, and you can do that with it. Correct.
Okay, so I can do that.
I
so
don't know. Does it say on your turn? I probably need to write
No.
this one as on your turn because
It
it's
says
a draw.
draw cards, you may trash one and put the
Yeah.
rest in your hand.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense to me that you draw now, put them in
Mhm.
your hand while we're in the middle of resolution. Go ahead and do it. It's how the card's written. I'm going to change the text on the card so that it's on your turn. Right.
Okay, so I draw 2 cards, trash one of them.
We score the
Or-
town. Jack scores 4 per. He's got 3. Jack scores 12. So he's up to
And
22.
I score 9.
And
Oh,
you scored
yeah.
9. Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You guys are doing well on that town.
May trash. Delete. These guys go back. Flip group. Wait, flip. Discard.
All right.
We ready?
Yeah.
All right. You get a draw from that, right?
Okay.
Yep.
So I draw what I have, and then
And
reshuffle.
then you shuffle. Yes, correct.
You always draw 5 cards. So like I had 1
You-
card in my hand from the last round. and then I add 5 cards to it.
That's that's correct. That's why that card should be on your turn. I'm gonna have to change that.
Gotcha.
The draw extras should be like at the start when you do your draw, you get some extras, or it should be when you're taking your turns, you could play the card down and get some extras. It shouldn't be outside of the play cycle, the guild phase.
I see.
I'll just change text on the card. So.
And now we buy cubes.
We buy cubes.
This is
all right. I think I'm done messing around with you guys.
Buy cubes.
I buy 3 cubes. Suckers.
I'm going to use this card. Get 3 cubes out of the watch.
Whoa.
Yeah. Actually, I should have just held that back till you guys thought I was out of cubes and done it.
Seems really good.
Yeah. It took me a bit to get my influence up where I get the full value of it, but I did.
First player token is
Me. What do we care about?
Weren't we supposed to flip this thing?
We should flip that thing. That's correct.
and that flips.
It's
beca-
currently
based on-
tied.
Got it.
Anytime it's tied, it flips. Otherwise, it would stay to the side that is winning.
Got it.
Yep. All right, I'll go first. I think we'll start off with Durnville.
Durnville. Yeah. That Durnville.
Oh. Hmm. Let's go. I guess I'll play an informant over here. My turn.
I'm going to play an informant as well. And I'll place that guy. I'm going to place that guy in Celestia.
Wow, 6 gold, huh? Pretty good. Pretty good. We're going to recruit into Hamor. Like so.
Nice.
All right. So is that where the action is, Hamor?
Could be if you add a cube there.
Yeah. I had more than a cube.
Ooh.
Add more than a cube.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've been sitting there building my deck, and it's time to stop doing that and start fighting you guys.
Time to start playing.
Yeah.
Start playing the game, people.
Yeah, but I got some good. I got some
Sasha.
good cards to do it with. So.
Mhm. Mhm. no.
Oh my goodness. It's insane.
Whoa.
All right. Well,
Everything's happening, people.
I'm just gonna play 2 power. Mind my own business. Go ahead, Evan.
2 power.
Yep.
He doesn't have any cubes, so he's
Yeah.
just playing it to have.
He's
2
doing
power.
it to
I
trigger
see,
stuff.
I see.
Yeah. I am curious about that, Jack. How do you feel about playing a card that you get no benefit for this play just to do the trigger? Is that annoying?
Well,
Does it feel like a reasonable choice? What?
we'll see how the rest of the round plays out.
All right. It's a question I have for you at the when we do finish.
Yeah.
Because it is something that's kind of in my mind.
Yeah, it's something I was thinking about as well. Just as I saw it in like cycle through my deck, I'm like, why would I ever do that? But
Now
this
you see.
round, I see an application, and we'll see if it's worth doing.
I mean,
Right.
if you had cubes, you'd be able to play out 2 cubes to wherever you want.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah. So he's making a play that's not as efficient as it could be.
I'm gonna do the Guildmaster.
Oh, Evan's gonna do it too.
And Guildmaster's coming out.
He plays out cubes.
And what the heck does this say? Okay. Let's see what's happening. There's also another thing. Okay. I'm gonna put 2 cubes. That's gonna be anywhere I want, huh?
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, let me just there we go.
Awesome.
There you go.
Don't put them on
Let
mine.
me just assert my dominance there. There we go.
You sure are.
Let me pee on that.
I know what he's going to do with that. That's annoying. That is annoying, but that's fine. I'll play my Guildmaster also. Look at the Guildmasters coming out of the woodwork. Sorry, Sasha. I'm going to fight for control of the town instead of
going the other way.
The clash. See, I think you should go fight him in the clash, is what I think.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and reveal.
The sea snake lets itself get nibbled and then strikes.
So I'm gonna activate all these abilities. I'll get a cube from here. I'll bribe the watch. Getting 2 more cubes. Then I get to draw an extra card next turn because of this.
Who's bribing the watch?
I am.
Oh, you got cards that do that?
He's got a card that lets him do that.
Oh, that's I like it. Cool.
I think that
cool.
is my turn.
Corrupt Magistrate. That's cool. Durnville.
All right. I'm also going to reveal my cards. So I'm going to play these. I was going to do my Darkun Cobra and shut you guys down over here, but now I don't even want to do that. I'm just kind of like entertained by what's going on here. So instead, so there's 5 renown here. I'm going to use that to buy this Tarn Warrior.
Nice.
And
nice.
then
He's nasty too.
Yeah, he is.
So many does.
I like him. And then I've got 4 points here that I can use, and I'm going to ignore the Cobra and do the other 4 things. So I'm going to gain a token from the watch, gain 2 tokens from the watch, so I'll gain 3 tokens.
No, back in it.
Just really quick, I realized I had 3 buy power, and I did want to buy this.
Sure,
I mean, it's not going to affect.
Hey, look at that. I was eyeballing it too, but then I get one.
Well, we'll see.
So
we'll
3
see.
tokens, and then the other thing I'm going to activate is gain 1 influence with the Darkun. So
Yeah.
I'll go up. And Yeah, that's it for my turn.
Okay. So let's just.
I gave you your win there. I don't know.
I know, right? Let's go ahead and enforce.
Getting the jump on Tyra, are you?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll do my flop. 2 gold and a 3-buy. The 3-buy will be that other negotiator. The 2 gold, I can trigger that 5 gold. And I can trigger that. I get 2 tokens out of the watch.
Some good
Cool.
cards.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, back to me, huh?
And that's my buy. I'm not gonna trash a card. I need to keep my money.
I flop. So let's see. I'll get $5. I only have 5, so I can do everything. Okay, great. Gain 1 influence. Badoink. And gain the Darkun influence. Badoink. Okay. And then I've got a buy of 4. What over here is what I want for 4? Oh. That's cool. What else is in here? Cool. Mm. Four.
To answer your question, Dean, I do feel like this was a round that I wasn't too involved in combat. I didn't have
Mhm.
many cubes.
Yep.
It was nice to be able to still make something of my hand with that guildmaster. Because otherwise,
just using it to trigger the buy power.
yeah, it would have been. I think it would have felt worse
To not
to
be able to do that.
like it would have felt worse to place my Cobra,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and gain the same amount of power, but not place any cubes. You know what I mean? Like it was almost better to place a guildmaster who I know doesn't have the ability to place on the map than to play a card
Does
that.
place on the map.
Boy, he does. He's got
Places
2
two of
wild.
whatever you want.
He's actually more effective than the Cobra.
Oh, those are wild. I
That's,
thought that was just
Yeah.
power.
that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So I should have asked about that earlier. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, it that's wild. That's anywhere you want.
okay, never mind.
So
That's
it's
amazing.
actually more powerful than the Cobra. Yeah. So,
Yeah, that's great.
I think it's a little late for this, but I'll buy this guy. That's
all right. We got all our buys in.
fine. Yes.
All right. So we only got one. That's Hemor. Everybody but Jack in there fighting.
Yep.
Okay.
Hotly contested.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Spin those cubes there, Evan.
Yep.
How bad you want to fight for this?
Mm-hmm.
You got 4 cubes in there. It's ridiculous. You need to keep one. You want to pick up that gold, though.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Huh?
Yeah. You can dial them all. Go ahead. Anyhow, I have mine ready. It's a pretty straightforward decision for me.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm ready as well.
6, 7, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's play it safe. Okay, ready.
Hang on. Just thought I was ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, did I give you too much info?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, 7
Yeah.
with
right,
the big
yeah.
commit. I like
paid
it.
extra- paid an
I
extra
pay I
$2.
pay my 3. I'll take my card. You go pay for
I
all
paid an
that.
extra
Wait, why are you
$2.
taking a card?
Did I not take second? Oh, we tied. Okay,
And I
I'm
win
sorry.
tiebreaker.
You do. My bad. I didn't realize you. Ooh, I don't want to do that. I didn't realize you
Let's
put a
see.
bid in
So
there.
I get to flip this over.
I guess I should have spent the gold. I thought about making that a 4. Should have done it.
And then I gain a thingy thing, which does this.
And you took it Darkun, right? Yeah.
I did.
Unsurprising.
And that's all that I get over there.
Actually, I'll just spend.
Did you have a cube in here though?
I'm just moved one in.
You shouldn't be getting one in. This is just the clash.
Oh, okay.
It goes up here.
Oh, whoops. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I got my okay. Sweet.
Did you pay?
Yep, 6 gold.
Okay. All right. I think you win the tie here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you take
Yep.
first. I take second.
Now I am flipping this.
Which I was perfectly fine with second on that.
So I'm getting 5 victory points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I'm playing this.
Good play.
Oh wait, no,
The
that's
Empire
not correct.
did not win.
The Empire did not
Yeah, and did not win. See, you should put more cubes in far harder for that.
win.
He only
Yeah,
played
well,
13. I don't know what your problem was. Did you take that, Evan? Did you play this for 5 points?
I did.
Yeah.
Amor.
just
All right.
Amazing.
discarding this to
That's great.
a cube.
Evan just passed me on the board.
Did he? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you put your cube in there, Sasha, or no?
I do
I think
not
you
believe I
did.
did that.
I think you did, yeah. Because there was only a green and a red in there before.
Oh,
Yeah. So I think you put your second cube in.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
well, yeah, I guess I would have sent this one to there and then
Yep.
just taken.
That's what you should have done. Yep. All right. We score it. Darkun. I get my whopping 2 points.
Get my whopping 4 points.
Evan, you get 4 points out of that. I'm sorry, Jack got 4 points out of that.
Cool.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
That was a
So much
mistake.
for
Wait, I got 4 points?
Yeah,
you
'cause
got a
have
cube in
Oh,
there.
cool. Yeah.
And it
Cool.
went
Boy.
Darkun. Your competition
Sweet.
gave you
I
4
messed up.
points. He could have sent that Empire and not given
I
you
like it.
I messed
only
up.
Yeah.
2 points.
I messed up. What are you gonna do? But if I had put it Empire, then I wouldn't have got those 5 points off that card, right?
You wouldn't have got the 5 points, and you
Yeah,
wouldn't have got
that's
the
fine.
influence bust. So yeah.
I'll
yeah.
give.
People
Jack
often forget about the time I won Hamor.
the Battle of Hamor, the first
all
Battle
right.
of Hamor.
I think that was the turn.
Yeah.
Who just the one? Yep.
All right.
We're getting faster, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Okay.
So now we just draw 5 again.
Unless you have extra draws
Yep.
for various reasons.
For various
And I don't have
reasons.
any cubes. So I'm gonna buy some cubes. Looking rough, people. Looking rough.
Yeah, I get 3 cubes out. Because cubes.
Oh, $3 for that.
Sasha's first player.
Yes. Back to him.
Oh, I do not like being first. Man. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna buy one deuter. Let's start with a recruiter. So there's one mark card left.
Yeah, and
So
it's
if
going
one
to
more
it is
triggers,
going to go there because
that will
all
trigger
three.
the end of the game.
No, the end of the game is when they're all done.
Oh,
So these three need to finish. That will finish, and there'll be
Oh.
one more mark there.
brutal.
Yep. Yep. I mean, we're only on turn 5, so
Um, hmm. Yeah, but I don't really have any tools to stop this.
yeah.
This is probably a good turn to make the last turn.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, are you done, Sasha?
No,
Okay.
I'm trying to decide where I'm putting my two
Oh,
guys.
gotcha. Okay. Okay.
So if you want something to happen this round, make it happen.
I guess I will go over here.
Otherwise, Gene will be up till 5 in the
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's my turn.
Where'd you place them in Hamor? Okay. I am going to place 3 guys
Whoa.
in Durnville.
Whoa.
Mm.
You're not joining me in Tyra? Jeez. Come on, people.
So I put those tokens on before. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think you
Yeah.
did, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I don't like what's happening there. How many cubes you got left? 1. What a waste. Bye, Tyra. I loved you. I always loved you. Let's do...
Sasha, we need to make sure Tyra goes Empire is what we need to do.
Yeah, I mean it
Yeah.
will still score them like 6 points each.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot better than 12 or more.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
but it does
go-
feel bad if I'm gonna score 2 points, and they're gonna score 6 points for something that I worked for.
Well, I'm not just you, and honestly, you know, I mean, the fight hasn't started there. It may
Mhm.
be that I mean, the game we're going to end the game early, but if the game played
Yeah.
out, we might finish this one, and then we'd end up piling in there anyhow. So
do I want to go to Hamor? Is Hamor gonna happen?
that's a good question.
Hamor is gonna happen.
So you're down. My turn.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play this guy. Let's get busy on
Ooh,
Durnville.
Yikes.
Hillrig.
At that completed Durnville.
Whoa.
So
My turn. I guess I will. Oh.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yikes.
6, 7. I will local boss here. That's my turn.
Yeah, it may finish.
I will.
Okay.
Oh, no,
I'm
no,
going
not my turn.
to.
Not my turn.
I'm going to play my flop.
Oh, wow.
Oh, by the way, I meant
Play.
to the tiebreaker is going the other way right now.
Mhm,
That's probably gonna matter.
mhm.
So should have changed it. Forgot to change it.
Oh, okay. Meaning you will win ties over me.
I currently have the tiebreaker. Yeah. This
Okay.
was supposed to be done at the end of
Yeah,
the
no
last
problem.
round. So, and it's all
So
Darkun.
here's what I'm gonna. I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I have 3 here. So I'm gonna play this subterfuge card to add 3
Mm-hmm.
points. So I'll just complete all of this. And with my Cobra,
Sweet.
I'm gonna say Durnville is closed. So nobody can place cubes in Durnville.
Lock up that second.
Yeah. For the fence, I get 5 gold. So and then this guy gain an influence with Darkun. And then this guy, nothing, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4 influence, which what will I do with it? Maybe buy a card. Maybe what else could I do? Oh, I could increase my influence. I'm gonna do that.
Whoa.
Oh, or I can draw a card.
From what?
Oh no, never mind.
That's buy a
Yeah.
card.
No, you're right. And then I could trash. It's the last turn, so I'm not gonna worry about that.
It's late in the game to trash things. So
Yeah. So that's it.
Okay. Let's do this guy for more.
yeah, I'm all good for playing around in Hamor since Durnville's locked up now.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Well, cubes left. So you still have cards in hand, you still have cards in hand, and neither you have cubes.
I have 0 cubes.
Okay.
Or do you?
Well, there's no way to know.
Well, the main place you're going to get cubes out of the thin air would be subterfuge cards, and I'm out. So no tricks up my sleeve.
Let's. Oh man. I think I will start with a fence. Over here.
Wow.
Getting serious.
Wow.
My turn.
Jack did his buy.
Back to Evan.
So
I'm
it's
out.
me. 1, 2, 3. So I am going to is gold worth anything at the end?
Gold's a tiebreaker.
Gold's taken. I'm gonna spend one thingy to bring back I don't know if it actually matters between that guy and this guy, because trashing a card's like whatever at this point. So bring back this guy, and then I will use my other two to gain a Darkun influence and gain a Darkun influence.
Nice. You're at the top.
And now I've got a 6-buy, which I will buy this. Which,
Do you have a token?
doesn't that add one of these up here?
No, you gotta have it.
You have to have it from your supply.
Oh. So what does
I mean,
that
it's
do?
still a card draw next turn, but there might be better uses of the 6-buy.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Well, there goes that whole plan. Let's what happens when you go up higher on here?
Once you top the track, every time you tick it up a mark, you get a victory point. Simple as that.
Sure.
So that's a victory point. You can buy it. You basically buy a victory point right now for that for
Let's-
5.
Because none of these other guys.
At the end of the game, it's not.
Right.
You're better doing
I
that.
buy,
The other thing you could do is you might consider buying the other track so that you don't get screwed out of some points because somebody takes an empire later.
Nah. I'll buy 1 point.
Take the victory point. All right.
That's what I do.
All right. Here is you're done, right? Is that everything?
Yes.
Okay. Here's my flop.
I'll pay $2 also.
I got a 7-buy. I'm going to trigger this guy for 2, which gets me 1 token out of the watch for every Darkun dominated town. So I will take my 3 tokens.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I'll trigger the other 2 for influence. Do I want to follow my own advice? No, I'm going to go up this track 2. And then I've got a 7-buy. I will spend it on that 6. And I have the token to put in there because I just got a
Ooh.
bunch.
Okay, that's cool.
And that was my recruit turn.
My turn.
Yes.
I will. I guess I will play this cubes over here.
Oh, you cannot.
Huh?
You can't. It's locked.
Yeah, he locked it out.
Yeah, he
Oh,
locked it. I wonder if I need
card
a
that
little.
does that.
Yeah,
This
he
card.
played. I feel like I need a little token or something you put down when it gets locked out. So
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
yeah, he locked that on us.
Oh.
Come on over.
Yeah. Well,
Come
I
on
mean,
down.
he's got more. Why would he put
I've
more
definitely
tokens in there?
very much messed up my turn. Okay.
That's okay. My turn was messed up too.
Well, you're doing much better than I am. Let's see.
Sorry, Sasha, to spoil.
It's all good. I guess I will just play out my hand then. So let's go ahead. So we know that there's these 2 things happening here. What is it? Are we each going to be aligned with one of these
In the final battle, it works like the other battles, except for in addition to picking blades, there's a little card over here. You're going to pick a side to support. Everybody's going to do that. And then the winner is going to be based on summing up the sides, not the players.
Why would you not pick the side that has more power?
Well, the side that has more power also gets a bonus there. Right now, that is 5 to 8. That's 3 more cards. That's 9 more bonus to the Empire.
Yeah, so why would players not choose Empire?
Because these guys don't score squat on the Empire. They want it on the Darkun side. So they're going to do everything they can to take this Darkun. I mean, Jack and Evan are not scoring. They got a bunch of cubes in there and not going to be scoring. I mean, 2 victory points each when they rather have 5. So they're going to want to be trying to take this Darkun. And I, at least, will be trying to put up a fight, and I'll have some advantage because of all the Empire cards. They've dominated the town, so I get an advantage there.
Got it.
And you don't care about this one because you have no tokens in there.
Are there points added together, or?
Yeah. Their blades are going to add together against let's assume you get some tokens in there, and you and I go Empire and they go Darkun. We're going to add our blades. They're going to add their blades. And as it stands right now, we would actually get a 9 bonus as well.
And our blades would be what?
Whatever we dial. I dial 5, you dial 4. That's 9 plus 9 more.
What do the cubes equal?
Oh, you can spin the cubes out here for 3 each if you wish.
They're 3s.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a reason to not spend?
Yeah, there's a reason to not. They're going to score points.
Oh, okay.
You're trading victory points for that win at that point. So, right?
So
if I spend a cube out of there, I don't get to score it. So,
what is this score?
It's just like the other town. So it's going to score one of the tracks.
Got it.
But there's going to be a lot more cubes in here because it's been accumulating through the game. So,
and do you lose? If you lose that combat, do you score any points?
Yeah, you score. You just score.
Oh, you score.
You just score on the track you don't want to be scoring.
Gotcha.
On. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is going to score for everybody who's got a cube in here.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, is it favorable scoring or not?
Darkun or gotcha.
Okay, well, I will gain influence by spending. I'll spend 5 to go up twice on this.
2 and 3, yep.
And then I will go up 1 more because of this ability.
Yeah, you are also now Empire aligned. Not that it changes the turn order, but
and draw a subterfuge card. Match your alignment. Okay.
Yeah, so it matters for that.
For score. Okay. I think that's the end of my turn. I spent my money. I activated my abilities. Oh, I gain a gold. Having more cubes in my area doesn't do anything at the end of the game, right?
Yeah, you get 1 victory point for each cube at the end of the game that you have.
And how about for gold?
Gold's tiebreaker.
Okay, well, I'll recruit some.
You got the card that allows you to do that? Yes. Yep. Nice.
I think that is my turn.
All righty. We got 2 towns to resolve. Sasha, you get to decide which one we're going to do first.
I guess more.
Okay. Come on.
I'm ready.
Actually,
Jack's not in this one.
Mm-mm.
hold on. Let me change mine. Okay, I'm ready.
Open them up.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd fight. You took a Sasha. I should have bid the one just to get the card.
I thought you
I
were
thought
gonna
about
bid.
the same. I thought about this. Yeah.
I had it at 1 and then I took it off.
Yeah, I should have kept it at 1.
Oh well.
And I had the tiebreaker. I really should have done it. So
And
right,
let me
yeah.
just double check. So
Oh,
I
9.
think 1, 2,
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, you should
So I
still
could-
have it.
I should move 1 and I still have it, right?
Yeah, unless you want to spend gold for it.
3, 4, 1, 2,
Yep,
3, 4,
you
and
still
I'm
have it.
beating. Yeah.
Yep.
7 on tiebreaker.
So you get to put one of those tokens in the middle.
I am definitely.
Yeah, don't flip
Oh,
that one.
oh, don't flip
Take
it.
one off of here.
Got it.
Yep.
And then now I can play my card that scores me
One
5.
of your cubes, one of the cubes that you sent to
Oh,
the
got it.
to the watch goes there.
And I get 5 points from that.
5 points from that, and you get an influence. I'll go ahead and bump you up 1.
Okay.
Evan and I both blew an opportunity to get a free card. So
Free card. I
All
mean,
right.
cards aren't gonna matter right now anyway.
yeah,
this
they're
is
not gonna matter much.
Okay.
I mean, I might have could have used a card over here. Who knows? So, all right. And then now the town. So, I get nothing. I took last,
And I have
so
4.
I get the 5 gold.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I've got 1,
Oh,
2,
I
3,
missed
4.
Yeah.
We both
So-
have 4, Sasha, right?
Yeah, and I won tiebreaker.
And
Yes,
you're
that's correct.
currently winning the tiebreaker.
And Sasha places
Dang.
2 guys in the town.
Yep. And Evan places 1.
And I just get a point.
And you get victory points too.
Holy
And you get 5
smokes.
gold.
And I get 2 victory points for this, right?
Ciao.
Jack, yes. Yep. You guys are blowing me out of the water.
Yep.
My entire game is going to be predicated on this.
I get 16.
That's not true. I'm going to score some over here.
16 points. What a cheater. Whoa.
What'd you say about losing there, Sasha?
See?
What?
What'd you say
Losing
about
here?
losing? Yeah.
Oh, losing.
No, I mean in general. But they're going to clean up over here. So.
Yeah, like if
That's hard-
I had
that's
a
hard.
way of denying this from going off again, I'd feel good. But I don't have a way.
No,
we
no,
have,
this is the final
we have
round.
to go fight over this and turn it empire is what we'd have to
This
do.
is the
Yeah.
final round.
This is the final round.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So Jack and I have, we need to score this. So did you guys get your cubes off? You got a couple set up
Oh,
there.
Oh, yeah.
I scored
5
my
bucks.
points for Amor.
Okay.
I just scored mine.
You both, everybody scored. Oh, I didn't score.
Oh, I need to score my 2.
I
right?
get-
Yeah.
Yeah, I get 4.
I get 2 points. Look out, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I've already got my combat decided for Durnville. So.
Yeah, I do not. I thought about it, but I don't have it dialed in yet.
Durnville.
Darn nabbit.
Durnabbit. Nagdabbit.
All right, I'm ready.
Okie doke.
Oh man,
10.
you went heavy. You went heavy and hard.
I spent them all
No,
forsaking my.
you're not going to get any off of this.
I know.
Oh, man.
It's a big risk, but had to go for it.
All you.
So that goes into Kurnor,
Yeah,
and then
so-
I get this for Darkun.
4. And
Um,
I'll spend gold for
and-
the rest.
I can gain 4 points by having
influence.
the Empire score for me, right? This card.
Yeah, but Jack gets to decide this, and I'm pretty sure he's going to take a Darkun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I play this card, then I get to score Empire.
You can. That's correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Jack, you did not even get in on that second place.
No, or gold. Yeah.
Or the gold.
Mhm.
So I get the cubes back.
The Cobra
But you
stopped
took
me
a
from
Darkun,
getting
so
in there.
I only get 6 points out of it. That's pitiful.
I get 4.
6. Yeah. Was it worth it?
No.
Yeah. I will say this.
How did Sasha jump way up there? That's insane.
I got
Yeah,
16
he
points
scored
from
this,
this.
but you guys
Oh
got
my
a lot
goodness.
of potential points sitting right
Yeah,
there.
Yeah.
that's the thing is I think you're gonna crush if we
Yeah.
played a full game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is gonna crush us.
Should we resolve this
Yeah.
final
Yeah.
combat?
Yeah.
to-
Let's do that.
We could do that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this one's going to score one more time, so I could get some points out of that. This
Yeah.
one's done. This one's going to score one more time, but nobody's got anything on it. I do have a really nice turn coming, guys. I've got a 3-card draw on top of my regular draw between the mark
Ooh.
and that. Yeah.
Ooh.
Let's move to the final combat.
Let's do the final combat.
Mhm.
All right. So everybody take one of these. There you go, Sasha. This, you just flip it to a side. But what you want to do
Oh.
is put
you're
it.
gonna so now you're gonna have to break this down so I understand what's happening
Yeah,
with
I'm
this
going to.
combat.
So
Because
you're going
you
to put
said
this.
lots of numbers and I never understood any of it.
I'm going to explain.
Okay.
You're going to put this in your hidden area.
Okay.
You're going to pick a side. You're
Okay.
going to put your dial on it, and you're going to dial however many you want to dial. Then you're going to select the block, pull them out, so that when it comes time to show it,
Select the block.
I've got this on top of this. Here, I'm going to demonstrate. I'm going to put this in my hidden area so that you guys cannot see it. You shouldn't be able to see it.
You're
Can you see
picking a
it?
side. We cannot see it.
Pick a side.
Okay.
I put this on top,
Okay.
and then I take the whole thing out so that you will be, what I picked is hidden underneath the card.
We're hiding.
And then
what we
I will
picked.
dial some number of blades. Okay. Everybody's going to do that. So I went Empire and dialed 6 blades.
Okay.
Everybody's going to do that.
Okay.
Okay. There's 4 and 7. So I'm going to discard these 4 and take 4 off of here.
Discarding those
I just evened out the piles. is what I
because of
did.
something you did over here.
No, it's
Yeah.
the difference between these two
It's
piles.
just the delta between the two.
So why did
Yes.
wait? Why are we choose this first?
No, let me explain.
Okay.
No, let me sum up. Not enough time. Let me summarize. There were 4 here, and there are 7 here. The
Okay.
Empire gets a bonus based on the number of cards. Both sides basically based on the number of cards. The Empire has the advantage, right?
They have 3 more cards.
They have
Okay.
So
3
they
more
get 9
cards.
swords because each
Exact-
card is worth 3 swords.
That's exactly it. I mean, you could just say it's 12 and 21, but that's too much math. So take the 4
You're
away,
taking out the difference,
taking out the difference.
and whatever's left is adding 3 swords each.
Yes,
Got it.
exactly. So that's 3 swords towards the Empire. So there's 6.
That's 3 swords.
nine-
Or that's 9.
9.
swords.
9
swords.
swords. Yeah.
Okay.
6 and 9 is 15 plus, say Sasha goes Empire, whatever he bids, and then you guys will bid the other way, and we'll sum it up and we'll see which way it goes.
Okay. And then
Okay.
what cubes are going to be left in there based on what you did?
To pay your bid,
Yes.
you may pay gold just like normal, and you
uh-huh.
may pay cubes out of the middle for 3 each. That's how you pay this bid.
But then you're not
Where-
going to have the cubes to score.
That's correct.
Got it.
It's
Dean, where
gonna
does
end
the 6 that you added to the 9 come from?
from my
That
bid.
was his.
Oh, from your bid.
Everybody's
Okay,
I'm
gonna
okay.
add.
Just giving you an example. Yeah.
An
Okay.
example.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So in this example, the Empire say wins. We would take this Empire, and now we will score the Empire track, whatever tokens are in there. Whoever bid highest for the Empire gets double score.
What? Say that again.
Whoever bid highest for the winning faction gets double score.
Okay.
Ooh.
For
It's-
each cube.
Yes.
Total.
Yeah, they get to double whatever they score off of this. All right. Do we got it? Kinda,
I think
maybe.
so.
Mhm.
Because I will say this is one of the little switch ups in the game I think confuses people, and I kind of don't
Yes.
like.
Yes.
So, but we can talk about that.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody put in their bid. Let's see. I actually didn't take my payout there because that
Okay.
matters.
So I bring this down here. Nobody can see what I'm doing. What are these doing?
I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Yeah,
but
I feel like Evan's gonna go for Empire.
Obviously.
Why?
Okay, so then we show our faction and then
I'm
we
just
show our bid.
Yeah, I mean, it should be
Okay.
hidden.
Bid Now I'm gonna bid.
I'm good to reveal. It
Hold
was
on.
like Jack already revealed.
Jack already
Yeah,
did.
I already revealed.
I'm
I
good to
thought we
reveal.
were just.
Okay. I think I said it correctly.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Empire, of course. I
Empire.
bet 6.
Oh,
4.
Evan did do Empire.
I bid nothing.
All right. So obviously the Empire takes it, right?
Mhm.
You got to pay for the bid. So I
Uh-huh.
had,
I'll spend 8 gold.
yeah, I spent 3 gold and a cube.
Why'd you
Take
get
from
to
my-
spend 8 gold?
Because it's 2 gold per
8
sword.
gold. 8.
Oh, you can
No.
just pay for swords.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
these guys.
2 gold
are.
each.
I thought you could only pay. I thought you could only do that once per combat.
Oh.
Oh, no. As much as maybe I need to do something to make that clear. It's as much as you pay.
Could you do that on the other combats?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've definitely been doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
I
That
thought you
might-
could only add 1 sword that way.
That might have mattered, huh?
Yeah, it could have mattered. Yeah.
I liked it a lot better that you can only add 1 sword that way, because then it's like
Then you
solvable.
really have to pay the cubes, which is yes.
Yeah.
All right. So that's it. Now we score it. So I got 2 and I
Mhm.
scored 4. I score 8 a cube. I score 16, which isn't going to win me.
Wait. Oh, you score
any
8
prize.
per cube because you were the highest winner.
mhm.
I get to double my score.
And you
So
double.
I
Where
scale
does it
4.
say? Does it say double anywhere?
Here, let's just do this.
What?
Let's just do this carefully. I got 2 cubes.
Yep.
Right. I score 4 per cube, so
Yep.
that's 8 points.
Yep.
Because I had the highest bid in this on the Empire side, I get to double, so I get 16.
Is that on the board or it's just in the rules somewhere?
It used to be and then got taken off the board and needs to be put back on the board.
Okay, got it.
So I'm
Just
sitting
for this
there, I think.
playtest.
Hold on. How come Sasha's gaining points? What's happening?
Because I have a cube in here.
Oh, you got 1
Yes.
point, and so you
Sasha-
gained 4 points.
Sasha
Got it.
got 4 points.
Got it.
You get 6, and
No,
Jack gets 6, unless you got some
No.
trick.
I will
There you
get
go.
15.
Oh, that counts as a town.
Yeah, that's I made that card probably needs to be worded more carefully because it probably should not count here.
For
'cause
the
it's a
end of
little-
the game.
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah,
powerful.
that seems pretty crazy.
It's a
Why
little
does Evan get 6?
powerful. He played a card that
Oh,
lets him
he's. I was
score on
thinking
this
Evan
side.
is pink. He's yellow.
No, I'm
Okay,
yellow, yeah.
so I get 6. So 1, 4, 5, 6. Haha.
All right, there,
15.
Sasha ran away with it. Although
Tyler
there was a lot of
yeah.
points that were going to come out
we would've
there.
Definitely gotten crushed.
Yeah, this would have scored a bunch of points. So, all right, oh, there you guys go. Guilds of Kurnor.
Cool.
Let's see, that was turn 5, and that we ended here at 2:23. We ran up to this last turn about 25 minutes a turn. We did how many marks? 9 marks in 5 turns.
Let's move feedback. Everybody ready?
I'm ready.
Cool.
Yeah.
Jack, Sasha.
Sasha, do you want to go first?
If you'd like me to.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Okay. Well. There's definitely lots of aspects of this game that I like. I mean, as someone that is a big fan of Dune Imperium, there's definitely lots of.
Can see the
there's-
influence.
Yeah, obviously, there's some influence with
Yeah.
how some of the systems work. So yeah, I definitely enjoy that and the sort of playing around with some of those ideas. The way that I'll like write feedback down as the like thoughts in my head, and so I'm gonna sort of just go through my list, and so
Sure.
don't take this as just like these are all the bad things. It's just I don't usually write down.
I
the good
have
things.
a very thick skin, guys. tear it up.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah. Anyways, I felt like, the first thing I wrote down was just on teach. I think, sort of, I don't know, pointing out this or something earlier in the teach. For some reason, I just didn't look up here.
No,
There's just
I mean,
like lots of icons and it was hard to sort of understand what you were explaining without having reference.
Sasha, I made a
or icons.
mistake and failed to point that out when I was supposed to in my teach, and did it
Totally.
much later in the teach.
Yeah,
So-
I figured that was the case. I sort of
It
like
was exactly the case.
added an extra mark after it as soon as you did point that out. But yeah, just
Yeah, it was supposed to have come earlier. That
got
was
it.
my bad.
A lot of some limited deck thinning necessary. So yeah, initially when you were sort of explaining this, like you could thin as much as you want at the end of the turn as long as you have the money, up to 4 times total over the course of the game. That seemed a little bit funny to me at first. Just like extra sort of I was just like unsure of how necessary that
Might not be.
was. But I can definitely, I mean, I'd want to play it trying to abuse that. I was planning on abusing it and I only got to 3. So I do sort of wonder if there was just like no limit on it.
Might not
if
be
that would be
necessary.
broken.
Do you guys mind as you give feedback? I give you thinking and kind of some things that have happened in the past on some of the playtests.
You can try it. That can slow it down quite a bit, though.
It's up to you guys.
If you want to just like also on your end, like if you wrote down notes as I was talking, and then we could like discuss it.
I am writing notes down as you talk them. So why don't you finish and then I'll go through it.
Yep. Okay. I also just under that I initially wrote it seems sort of scary just from a game designing deck builders before. It seems scary to me being able to trash several cards in a turn, but I also was trying to abuse that and it didn't seem like that. It didn't feel like it was going to be a problem. So I think that might be fine. But just in that, just that whole sort of system of how that worked and the sort of rhythm of how that worked, it felt a little bit like there was a bit much going on. But yeah, so it just seemed like there's something that could be either simplified or changed. Purple +1 or red +1. Oh, this was just for the visual with visualizing this, like showing that purple +1 symbol with this, or the red +1 symbol with this.
Combine them. Show. Take Darkun dominance and Darkun influence, or
like if you just for ease of understanding, if you are not playing with the designer.
Nobody plays this game without the designer.
I feel like, I mean, I feel like Evan might mention something about this, but I definitely found a couple of times where the hidden gold is like a interesting thing. It is a bit of a memory thing, like because I can know exactly how much gold everyone has if I keep track of it. But
you could.
It's hard to do, and I assume it's like supposed to be hard to do unless I was like writing it down and stuff. But having a rough idea or having a really good idea of how much gold people have can be really powerful for doing well in combat and knowing what numbers to put down.
It is hidden entirely because of combat.
Yeah. So but like it's not really hidden because you could track it. It just
you could.
It'd be annoying to track it, and so most people probably won't. But if you wanted to min max, you would. As far as this thing goes right here, Evan was when you were explaining it, I was sort of confused. I asked a clarifying question to try and understand this better, but then also Evan misunderstood how this worked with you need to have a cube to be able to accept this. I feel like visually this feels like I don't need to be taking this token. I feel like this should be, I place a cube in this spot. There's a 6 spot, a 7 spot, a 7 spot, an 8 spot, an 8 spot, and then a larger 9 spot. that is like maybe encompassed in this
Yeah.
thing.
Okay.
And so then you're
Yeah.
placing your cube in here. So part of you doing this action is you putting your cube there or something.
Mhm.
Just
Mhm.
so then it's very. I feel like I would make it more intuitive
Yep.
of what
I like
this
it.
is.
Mhm.
I like
and-
it. But would I also put the little, because you need to take this.
Yeah,
to
like you could have
draw.
it in the little corner of the box, be like a
Yep.
lightning bolt card symbol or whatever. However you want to sort of do
Yep.
that iconography wise, but
I like it.
because it did seem a little funny. Like these tokens don't actually do anything; they're just like a sort of reminder to draw a card next turn.
Hmm.
And when during the teach, I was like, "Oh, do I buy this and now I get to draw an extra card each turn?" That's sort of how I
Right.
thought this worked initially.
Mhm.
And then after you explained it, it was just like,
Right.
"Oh, it's just it doesn't do
Yeah.
anything after you buy
I
it."
like that.
Yep.
So yeah, just being a spot. Let's draw. Oh, yeah, it was just an iconography thing that Evan sort of brought up during the teach, but just the draw icon and the buy icon just looks similar to the draw icon. So like someone could read this as being like, you pay money to draw a card.
Yep.
But or the other way around, you see the draw icon, you're like, oh, I can get a card.
I think the publisher should hire graphic artists to do it.
yeah. I mean, obviously, that's something, but for understanding the game for
Yep.
first time playing it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. This was interesting. It felt a little bit fiddly
Mhm.
for like how often, like it definitely mattered, and it's interesting that you can like sort of control it a little bit, but in our gameplay, and maybe this is something that like if you've played this game a bunch of times, this becomes like sort of playing this sort of mini game over here becomes like a
Mhm.
big thing. But it sort of felt like players were like sort of locked into their basic spot for most of the game, if not all of the game.
Didn't change much. I agree.
And so it just, yeah, it just felt a little bit sort of fiddly and sort of somewhat like, oh, okay, good, I'm winning tiebreakers this time. And that
Yep.
was like sort of the extent of me thinking about it. Combat payment. Combat payment can go to I do not remember what that
Know
meant.
what that means.
Yeah.
Is that around when you pay a token and the token goes to the
Pay a token? Sorry, say that again?
combat payment? So is that about like when you pay for combat with tokens, the tokens?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I think that's what it was about. Combat payment can go to here.
Right.
Feels a little bit funny or possibly confusing.
Mhm.
Yeah, just a sort of first time player thing. I like that I don't have to spend extra stuff, but it felt a little bit like if you didn't spend a cube to win a battle, like you just spent money, then you still have to spend a cube.
Mhm.
That just feels a little bit
Oh, you
funny
could
or
spend
weird
it.
to
You
me.
can spend the cube out of here.
Yeah, but like you can either spend one that is being discarded, so you're not getting it back. Yeah, I'm not explaining this in the best way, but essentially, if I'm
It's
spending the cube
actually
from
totally
here,
fine, Sasha, because this is one of the things that irritates me about my game.
okay,
I've been trying to figure out how to solve it. So
yeah, it sort of felt like this should maybe just be a free cube or something, because most of the time you just get it. Because most of the time you are spending cubes. The fact that like there are corner cases where you will not automatically get a cube in there, and so then you have to spend a cube from here. I think just you get a cube in here if you win a battle. Makes sense to me, but yeah, maybe there's other reasons. Jack. Oh, this is. I, there's a little part of my notes where I was tracking Jack's gold for a little bit and then I gave
Oh,
up.
nice. I like it.
So yeah.
Sorry, I dropped off there for a bit.
Oh, no worries.
He didn't say anything important.
Yeah.
Hey.
Dark. Oh, there was a card, Dark in Favor. Where is that? I think this just sort of had to do with. Oh, why am I not seeing it now? Where's a card called Dark in Favor?
Yeah, there's one in there, I'm sure.
Dark in stories. Okay, yeah, never mind.
Yep.
I understood these to work differently when I initially saw it. But yeah, then obviously that last
I think the
placement
text is unclear, and I don't think I want it working in the middle
for that
because
last
it's too
one.
powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay. First layer. I did feel, and this is a feelings thing for now. I did feel disadvantaged being first player. Like I felt like being able to stall in a round to sort of throw your cubes into place has a lot of value in playing out your cards first. Definitely sort of puts you in a situation where you have sort of less say over the sort of final cube placements to a certain degree. Like it just is a, it does feel slightly disadvantaged. And so yeah, I was just wondering if there was anything around that, if that is something that is you're aware of and is true, or is
it is something I've played with quite a bit, and
Mhm.
it's actually coupled with the fiddliness of this effect right here. We can talk about it at the end.
Okay, cool.
So, you've hit on multiple things that I have messed with over and over again.
Perfect.
And would like to get some feedback on, but I need to I do need to go through it and kind of explain the impact of some of the other ways of doing
where
it.
Where your thought process has gone to try and
yeah,
fix
and things I've tried already.
Yeah.
So
okay, I don't have much to take. Like obviously I did get a lot of points from here and sort of bounced back, and I don't know how to resolve entirely, but I did feel sort of helpless about, like, there's nothing that I could do to deal with this. Like I definitely could go really hard to try and win this battle, but it would, like, and then sort of flip this to the other side.
Right.
But not only could they have cards that just allow them to score anyways, but also I would be spending a lot of resources and stuff and not getting much out of it. And so it felt like I didn't really have the tools to stop this. And Jack and Evan were both happy to keep going here, and I felt like I didn't have anything that I could do to, like, disrupt that. And again, that might be partially just a feelings thing, being a first time playing. I didn't understand all my tools that I had to sort of deal with that, but from my understanding, I didn't have good tools. Like, I would have liked if there was a way that I could make this not, like, I could deny this going off the final time.
Right.
But there was no way
that would be pretty hardcore, though, given how much
yeah, I mean,
put into it.
Obviously that would feel bad for them, but then they would have to, they could counter that by just committing a decent amount to this.
Yep.
I feel like to set off that number, rather than I have to commit a bunch to this thing that I'm not getting points for. Yeah, I don't know. That was just sort of one of my feelings that I had in the halfway point of the game. I don't feel as bad as when I wrote that after scoring a bunch of points here, but I
there
still feel like
another one down there too, right?
I wasn't going to score much out of this, but yeah, this one is going to score again, and yeah, I don't have a lot of tools to deal with it. Feels like having feels like having to buy. This had to do with a sort of missing, I guess, the fact that I could spend this. I missed this action until like the end of the game. I definitely should have and likely would have done this a few more times. And
in my view, is an elite game action,
Mhm.
because early game you should be trying to build your deck, and then you should be trying to get yourself up. But
I definitely bought a card or two just because I was like, oh, I have got rid of a bunch of cards. I'd rather have slightly better cards. But there was one card, I think when I bought this one, I guess if the game went longer, this would have likely paid off.
Pay off in a couple of rounds, yes.
Yeah, but when I bought it, we weren't actually going to play that much more of our game left. I don't know. I think I could have strategized differently if I had thought about this a little bit more and just been, because I was right here for a chunk of time where I like scored a couple of times where I could have just spent the 2 and gotten several more points.
It would have been worth it just to get over the line.
Yeah, I just missed the fact that I could do that. And I playing this again, these tracks are very important, and I really need to make sure that I'm not at the bottom of both of these tracks. At very least, get one of mine up a little bit, just to be able to take some advantage of those extra points.
And that is largely the reason you were a little lower on score.
Yeah, and I feel like I am reasonably good at sort of understanding games and sort of a strategy, and that's just something that I sort of missed, and I'm not sure exactly what the best way to sort of put that in my face a little bit more of like, you should definitely be doing this.
I mean, I'm not of the opinion. I never bought this.
Yeah,
I'm not of the opinion you should be doing this early in the game.
Yeah,
What you ought to be doing is picking up these guys, which are a cheap way to get yourself up. So.
Yeah, no, I agree with that for the most part. What I wrote down is feels like having to buy bad cards, which the way that these were presented felt like bad cards. I think that they're not as bad as they maybe seemed like, just like comparing it to other deck builders and stuff. Oftentimes when you have the thing that you can always buy, that is a bad thing.
Well, this is just a challenge in the deck builder. Right?
Yeah.
How do you make a cheap card not a bad card?
Yeah, no, I don't think that I think it's good that you have options that are not bad that are always available, but that's sort of where my brain went. Why I sort of wrote these off as being I don't want to get those, and so yeah, making it like combating people's inclination of thinking that these cards are bad because they are always available in some way. I don't know. But that was, if I played it again, I would have a better understanding, and that wouldn't be a problem.
Right. So it's what I hear is this isn't necessarily a issue with the game, but maybe with the teach.
Yeah, it could be with the teach, or like where they're placed or how they're presented or something. I'm not sure exactly. I do think I undervalued these a little bit, and also undervalued how valuable it is to be going up on this track consistently. And since I wasn't winning battles, I wasn't going up on this track consistently. Yeah. Anyway, that's everything that I wrote down. And again, I said again, but again from past live streams, I will riff off of other people after they do their thing, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Nice. Thanks, Sasha.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I'll say for my piece, Gene, there are a lot of things that Sasha talked about that I made note of. So yeah, a lot of things I really like in this game. I was very much enjoying it. Had a lot of fun playing the game. Just deep in the strategy. I was thinking, I was thinking, man, there's no way Sasha's coming back, and they does, and I'm like, sweet, that makes it feel competitive and tight, and I don't know, it's just a fun game with lots of surprises for me that felt like good surprises, not bad surprises. So
Good. Like to hear
definitely kind of made me feel like, oh, I want to play this again. I think I can optimize this. That's a good feeling. So I think a lot of things to really like in the design and in the game. The big question right out the front, so constructive questions at the very least, is guilds. So guilds of Kurnor.
that. Mm-hmm.
What is a guild in this game?
Well, it's a fantasy role-playing setting. So a guild is a group of thieves and assassins that work together to make themselves rich and famous.
So are we guilds? Like, am I a guild? Evan's a guild?
Each player leads a guild.
So
Something
Okay.
I have not done much of yet, but that's in my back pocket, is that the guilds actually will have names and their own icons and maybe slightly different starting decks for each guild.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that changes things quite a bit because for me, to get to Sasha's point about, this allegiance track being quite important and the end game building to this Kurnor battle, which is extremely swingy. I mean,
Yeah,
compared to the tightness of a lot of the design in the other areas,
that's huge.
9 swords is like, okay, Evan and I might as well not even try.
Yeah, but that's because
so
you kicked our butts everywhere else. So
yeah,
and the game didn't end. I don't think it would have been. But anyhow,
yeah,
yes, it is.
It
is intended to be swingy in order to give some catch-up mechanism for folks that get kind of shut down in the main play. But it may not be quite right. So
yeah, it just felt like for being the climactic thing that ends the game, it seems to me that it should be closer or more.
Yep.
The other thing is end game, because you asked specifically about this. How can you even get 9? Is that even possible to do? That you can have 9 favor on a flop?
I had a 7 flop, and
okay,
and I wasn't even trying that hard. I mean, I played hard for buying big power cards early while you guys were cleaning my clock everywhere else.
Yeah.
But I had one that has a worth of 3 renown and quite a number of them worth 2 renown. I had a flop I played for 7 that could have been higher if I'd have wanted it. So
okay.
And then the other place you can get the kind of thing off of that is, I got a 3-card draw coming on top of my 5. I got an 8-card hand coming. There's no way I can't pick off a 9 if I want. So
okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So I was just kind of
it may not be balanced well enough, but it should be there.
This was something I saw as being very difficult to do. If not, I kind of wondered if it was possible. So that was the one thing where I was like, I don't know how I can do that.
I believe that is very much an effect of the strategy. You guys went really heavy on marks and did not buy big cards.
Okay. This thing with the adding 2 coins for a sword. I liked how I was doing it.
You want it?
I don't know if it works that way or not. Maybe I just
what I've considered is not just buy a single blade for 2 coins, but I've considered something like the bailout here, where it's a progressively more expensive to do it.
Yeah, totally. Down for that. Down for, do 1 blade, but just pay 2 coins to get as many blades as you want. Seems way it seems like an easy way to win combats to me.
You want people fighting for them with cubes. Got it.
Yeah, I think that's just my feelings on that. Kurnor, the lockout, that's good.
Can I just say one thing to that point? I think that is a really interesting concept. Just being able to do this once, because I feel like that might open up the possibility of your gold can just be visible at that point.
Open
Yes.
information.
And then
Yeah,
you don't have
because
Gold is only hidden for this reason. and no
then you
other.
don't have to like worry about having something that people are able to hide their gold. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, so what I will do with gold, and I have a physical prototype of this game where I do this, it will be similar to how Small World does it, where you have coins that have the value on one side and they're just
face
blank on
down
the other.
coins.
Yeah, and
Got
there'll
it.
be ones, threes, and fives. So it actually, to your point earlier, be much easier to track
Mm-hmm.
what somebody's accumulated, but not perfect information
Got it.
by any stretch. So,
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I will say about the final combat, Gene, is I don't see any reason this needs to be different bidding mechanism than the marks. Like, could you just commit your cubes when you place them in Kurnor to one of these 3 zones?
So you're saying put zones in Kurnor and
Mhm.
yeah, that is actually something I tried at one point.
Mhm.
Do you want to talk about that right now? Because this is mixed in with some other stuff. I don't know if you guys want to go through everything, or and then I can go back and hit things, or if you want to play each of these out.
Sure, we should probably just keep going just to make sure.
Yeah, I got some. I've experimented
okay.
with that, so we can certainly talk about it.
And then the City Watch, this was just a thematic thing for me where I was like, because we're guilds, like we're like thieves and assassins. Are these guys in prison? Like, are they in jail, or are they serving for the City Watch?
They're in jail or they're laying low to avoid the City Watch.
Okay.
This is flavor I need to put in the game.
Sure.
Some of the backstory is that prior to the Civil War, the Empire, they cracked down on the guilds. They're criminals. They basically were trying to run them out, right? And then after the Civil War, found that they needed them.
Yeah.
So now they're kind of open up the gates to the guilds to make their recovery. That's the idea. Mechanically, it's doing what it needs to do, right? So.
Yeah, totally. I think mechanically it makes a lot of sense. Springing people for bribing the guards, that makes sense. Let's see. The limit on this was good. That was something I think is smart. I want to commend you for your bonus cards, because in some games I think bonus cards pretend to be something very important and they create a false lure where it's like, ooh, well, at least you get a card. They're really powerful. It's like they suck. But these cards actually help you. So
some of these cards are overpowered, I suspect.
I felt it was good though. I mean, it's like, so I get a card and you're like, oh, it's actually a useful card. So
you want it to be fun. When you get a card, you want it to do something. Yeah.
I felt it was fun, and rarely do I have fun with this in games. So I think that's good. Let's see what else. This is my last thing. This piece here, I feel like for the complexity, I don't know if it adds enough to the game to be worth doing. And like understanding, because it's the like arrows and the rank system is a little bit difficult as it's laid out now. Maybe some changes to graphic design could help with that. I'm not sure. It's like, it makes sense. But there's just something to it that's hard to grok.
It's fiddly, and I think a sure sign to me that it is problematic is that even I forgot to do it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I think that's all for me.
Thank you very much.
And hidden gold, I would say, if you do play around with this and remove the hidden gold element, it removes the only thing that's hidden, and it creates more of a I think rather than a bluffing game, it's more of a mind game, a strategy thing where you're like, okay, I know you have gold, but are you going to spend it?
Yeah, are you going to?
Do you want to spend social? It? Yeah, there's still the social deduction element, but it's just refit. So.
Yep, I made that decision because it felt like it would just be too much if you knew exactly how many blades somebody could buy. But I definitely think it's worth rethinking, because after I've play tested it, even just myself and other people, there really is serious trade-off on the mark. How many cubes do I want to spend versus keep on the mark?
Yeah.
And so the mind game should still be there. I agree.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's yeah, that was my feedback. Evan, what do you have?
Cool. Yeah. So, first off, we know it's not balanced because of the final score. Obviously,
Are you being serious? Or are you just saying because Sasha won?
Yeah, Sasha shouldn't have won.
Game was not over. I don't think Sasha
No,
was going.
I
I
don't
don't
think I
think
was
he
gonna
was
win.
going to win. This was a
I had
bunch
a
of
rough
points.
start.
This was a bunch of points right here. So,
Yeah, iconography, buy card versus draw card looks too similar. The bid battle, there's definitely, I don't know if it might just be a personal thing where if I lose a bid and don't gain anything out of losing the bid, but I still have to pay my bid, I don't love that.
would you prefer maybe just a first place, no second place, and only the winner pays and they get first? Like we take out the second place, there's just the first place.
Maybe. I mean, I like the fact that there is a first and second place payout. Obviously, the game is simpler if there's only one payout and the person who gets it gets it.
Well, what I'm saying is the person who gets it also would be the only person that pays.
Right.
Right. Which was what you're saying is you don't like paying and not getting.
Yeah. It's a feeling thing for me, and I don't know how pervasive that is among your, eventual player base.
Yep.
Whether or not that's going to be an issue. For me, it's a thing that always rubs me the wrong way anytime I see it in a blind bidding
I have
combat.
it both ways.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah.
There's a
And then
reason
I'm
the
like,
way it
well,
is
great.
now.
I lost all my cubes, and now I definitely didn't win the combat, and I also don't get this thing, and I get nothing, and it's all gone. Great, love it.
Yep.
Are you talking about, Evan, if you just end up in like third or fourth place?
Right.
Okay.
Or even
but I
a
still went
painful,
heavy.
even a painful first can be kind of unpleasant. So.
Well, painful first though, like
at least you get something for it.
That's part of the ooh, I overbid,
Mm-hmm.
But I got stuff. If
All
I
right.
overbid and don't get stuff, that's a different scenario.
So on the marks, I have an all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So third place is never.
I'm talking about the combat.
Right. I understand. My question is, should I do this on the combat?
Maybe that might fix it.
Yeah, because sometimes you just even want to spend gold or blade tokens to be involved, and so an all could be you have to actually at least dial a blade, and then and especially if we limit the gold, now you're got to pay for it with something, and and so I don't know what the payout would be.
Yeah.
Influence maybe.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that or draw a card.
Something.
Yeah, I don't want. I actually
is very strong.
Yeah, I can't have everybody drawing cards every round. They got to be more limited. So
Clash gets Kurnor to remain in the city. We'll come back to that. Limit to how much you can trash. I think Sasha said this. I did not see a need for that. If you get through the end of a game where the effects of deck optimization are seen more, then maybe there's a reason it's there. But in our experience, it wasn't necessary.
Yep.
Is it necessary with full plays? I don't know. Maybe. But it was a weird extra thing that didn't seem to be. It seemed to be like a weird extra
I'm
thing.
always happy to cut a rule.
And then even down here, I said, is trashing too expensive? And I think for our current experience, yes. But if you play a full game, maybe that's not true.
3 gold? I've
well,
done
right,
it
but maybe throughout the course of a full game, that 4 gold is correct. I don't know.
Yeah, I've considered making it 3 gold. I'm actually on the fence about it right now. So, yeah.
I would definitely have done it more if it was 3.
Yeah. Because you burn a cube when you do this, it actually has a real cost outside of the gold. So 3 might be quite reasonable.
Yeah, the burning a cube is kind of the extra fiddly bit, though.
You don't want to burn the cube at all.
It's just like an extra weird little thing, and then you're like tracking how many of those you burnt and putting them in
Well,
a different spot.
there's two things. There's burning a cube when you trash, and there's putting them in a special spot and limiting it. The second thing could be done away with easily.
Mhm.
I just say, you trash a card, you trash a cube. Cube goes out of play, card goes out of play. We're done, right?
Mhm.
But this does put a real limit on the number of cards you can trash.
Mhm.
You can't just go to town and
Mhm.
trash 6 or 7 or 8 cards this way, because you'll run out of cubes to do anything at the end.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But this was limiting it, and you're saying that this also limits it.
Yes, but these are here for different purposes.
Got it.
The limit that is created by trashing a cube is a very much a game mechanic limit for prevent people to over optimize, and I've seen exactly that. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The limit of 4 is to prevent beginners from screwing themselves.
Yeah,
All
that
right, and I can
you
get
could
rid of
do.
I can get rid of that.
Yeah, you
The
could do
limit of
that,
4 I
but
could get rid of. This I think has to be kept, just because otherwise you really can get a hand down to 6 cards and just sit there. You buy some good cards and you trash everything and you just run your good hand, and it's way powerful.
Yeah.
So anyhow,
Yeah, the final clash working totally different than the other clashes was very strange, very weird, in a way that,
it's confusing.
yeah, like, I know that you've tried a bunch of different ways, but to the extent that you can homogenize it, I
No, I
would.
agree. I agree 100%.
I don't.
I'd like to make it the same.
I understand that you're doing some kind of balancing thing between like which factions have been placed out more. You are trying to use as a predictive value as far as what people will bid for the final combat.
It's meant more as a catch-up mechanism, so that if one side is dominant and there are players that are
Right.
scoring big off of it, the other side has some advantage in the catch-up.
Yeah. Do you see it play out that way?
Yeah, it does
Okay.
play out that way. I mean,
Okay.
maybe too much, because as was commented, I think Jack said it. It wasn't even interesting because it was such a foregone conclusion. So,
I mean, how often is that the case for those final battles?
the game would have played out a couple more rounds, and I
Mhm.
suspect it had only been maybe 2 cards. I could also drop the value of these. They're at 3 right now. Maybe that's too much. Maybe it ought to only be 2 blades per.
I just mean, as a generality, how often is that final combat interesting?
It swings the game.
Okay.
But it usually swings the game, not just from which way it goes, but also from the player who has really dominated the battles and got a lot of cubes versus the players who have not. That's the biggest difference, because you've invested getting your cubes up here. You've probably done less down here. You're going to get points out of it, and that's the big swing. But this is meant to give it a chance to make up for what you lost here.
Yeah.
I need to play with it some more. It may
Yeah.
not be having that big of an impact. It could quite likely just be treated like one of these other combats.
Yeah, I would love a little more homogeneity. Just
Yeah. Well, the other option is to actually treat these combats like that combat where you bid a side, and it's the side that wins. So everybody bids, and the bids go to a side, and the side wins. And that would make the combats the same, except for this little catch-up
right.
mechanism.
Yeah, as long as you make them the same, then that's great.
And I have not tried that yet. I may try that.
I agree with Sasha about like making the requirement that the cubes to the town have to come from the cubes that were on the mark, instead of just like add a cube from wherever, like, um I don't like.
Mhm.
It does the balance require that it has to be a cube that was on the in your guild or on the card?
There's an entire thing to this. If you guys want,
Yeah.
we can jump into it.
No, you could just like if the balance matters such that you can't just make it simple, then that's the answer.
It's not a balance issue. It is because of the clash. So when it's just the mark resolution, the winner of the mark will have cubes here. There's no way you won it without having cubes here. So it's real simple. You won, you're going to have the cubes to put down here. Done deal. The rest are going to go somewhere. Come back if they're up here, go to the watch if they're there. That's real clean. The problem is when you do a clash, you can easily do what Jack did and burn all your cubes to win the clash, right?
Uh-huh.
And not get to put a cube up there.
Mhm.
So I have to have the rule the cube can come from your thing, because otherwise it's no fun to win a clash and not get the reward. And to make it worse,
which even
you
then,
can easily get yourself in the bind of having spent all your cubes. People do
Yeah.
it all the time,
Yeah.
and then you have no cube to put up there.
Yeah.
That's why the rule is the way it is. I don't like it either. It's really not a clean rule. What I am considering doing for all of this is to say that the cubes just come out of the watch.
That's what I was going to ask is why is it not that way? What's
That's
stopping
probably
you from
that.
what's stopping
Then
you?
I just need to make it so it's harder to get cubes out of the watch, because I don't know, nothing. I need to try it.
Okay, because that works in all cases and it's simple.
It works in all cases. It's simple. I just got to make the balance
Okay.
work.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
the only thing I will say, the only thing about it that feels weird is you're putting cubes into the watch and then pulling one back out. But fine.
Yeah,
it's kind of the same. It's kind of the same thing, but it might be simpler to explain.
Less edge case
Yeah,
scenario.
there's
less edge case, easier to explain. Yeah,
You return
you spend 4
cubes,
cubes, you put
then
them in there,
Yeah.
and then one of them you get to go on the watch, and it's probably simpler to explain. So
Yeah.
It also fixes the issue of like, what do you do about third or fourth place?
Yep.
You know, in these situations, like if I've committed these 2 cubes, let's say like they would go back to the watch, but just like with the sneak, you get to keep one of your cubes as a reward.
Yep.
Right. I think it's much cleaner to just do what you do with the cubes and then add them from the City Watch.
100% agree
Yeah.
that it's cleaner. I need to try it, make sure it works, and I may need to tweak to make it work. But it's probably worth it just to make it cleaner,
So
because I have mucked with that rule so much, and it is such a pain to write, and it's such a pain to explain. You don't have to convince me. 100% agree.
And now that you agree, when I purchased this 6, I would have got another cube here from the City Watch, and
That's correct.
I would have won.
Yeah, you would have won. That's point that out. But that's just yet another example where there's this stupid edge case because you don't have the cube and you can't take, and it's just cleaner if it came from the watch. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Card draw. You have so many weird ways of trying to remind people that they get to draw an extra card.
Yeah.
Just like go ahead and stick a card or 2 here.
Just draw it when it happens?
You don't even draw it. Just stick it in the spot. And you know it's extra.
Just put the card face down in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, you can just make a little.
So when you get the card, you draw it.
Not into your hand.
Right. You draw it, you set it face down, and then it'll get added to your hand on the next.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Then you don't have to you don't have to add extra weird symbols that confuse people.
I like it a lot. It's much better.
I've seen this in a game design somewhere before.
Was it mine?
Is it something you did? Yeah. This is another place where I've had a little bit of a headbutting, because in most games where you get extra card draws, it actually happens while you're taking your play actions.
Right.
And in this one, it tends to happen afterwards.
I love all extra card draws as not happening now.
Okay. But this is a very elegant solution. I will happily steal it if that's from one of your other games.
Yeah. No, that's great. I think it's way better than like trying to track a bunch of collection of weird, differently sized things that have that symbol on it.
Sold, and sold.
Yeah. Let's see. Ties and turn order. So you have two things happening that.
If you don't mind, if you're going to talk about the tiebreaker
Yeah.
versus the turn order,
Mm-hmm.
let's hash this out because everybody pinged to this. I don't like it either. Let me tell you what it has been until very recently. Very recently, it has been first player wins ties. This thing didn't exist. We didn't track this. We didn't worry about this. First player wins ties. This actually was in a intentional design as part of what Sasha said, where going first kind of sucks because you have to commit first. But if you win ties, it helps make up for that. It's a little balancing for going first. And then going last, you get the extra decision information, but you lose out on ties. And it kind of works all right. And I'm okay with it. I've had folks complain about it. I hate that that the tiebreaker is just that. And so this was my effort to try to fix it. And I'll tell you right now, it's as good as dead because I don't like it either. I've had this in there for maybe 2 or 3 play tests. It's fiddly. It's a pain in the butt. I'm just going to go back to that because that was nice and simple and clean. There are some alignment effects on the cards, but those are real easy to pull just off of conditions in the board.
You could also do something that's just linear, where it's like, you have alignment here, and one side is Empire and the other side is Darkun. And if you're higher on Empire, you win ties. But if you're on the Darkun side and you're losing ties, you earn more gold.
That's an idea. The
Something
challenge,
like that.
the challenge I have with this, because I did try to do this linear before I came up with this, is it's what happens when your alignment changes. How do you end up relative to everybody else? And that was just ended up with a bunch of stupid rules around that. So I came up with this because it's easier to figure out when your alignment changes here. If you're say you're Empire and you go to neutral, you just come in on this end and push people over. Simple. But the whole thing in general, I think, is borked. I think that just using player order as the tiebreaker is just so much cleaner and simpler, and it actually counterbalances exactly what Sasha was talking about, which was why it was in there in the first place. And so I don't think I need this. I'll change cards that use alignment to play off the influence. That's easy to do.
Love it.
And I'll go back to that. So
love it.
Yep. And you all three of you pinged this, and I agree.
I do think it's thematic, though.
It is thematic,
and that's cool. Like,
it is cool.
So, yeah, just maybe my idea is all. So, no,
just do it my way, though.
Well, maybe I could. I could do something with alignment that does not have to do with tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Right.
That is literally just maybe whoever's top of the track is most evil, and whoever's top of the Empire is most good.
That's what I would do.
And you get some bonus.
Already have this all laid out down here. You don't need an extra thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. And whoever has it gets a bonus out of it. What that bonus is could be different. Yeah. And I agree. That generally the bonuses you probably noticed already are different, gold versus tokens. And then I can easily play the cards to that. So
hidden gold. Sasha's right. It's one of my pet peeves. If you give me something that is trackable and then hide it, like if the game matters, I'm gonna write it down. If the game doesn't matter, I don't want to play it. You know what I mean?
Yep. Unless
it's like unless it's just one of those games where like literally winning and losing is irrelevant, like certain party games are that way.
Yeah, well, some games it's just not worth the bother. But yeah.
But if I'm going to sit down and play this game for 3 hours, I'm going to track your gold.
This is not meant to be a light game. It's meant to be a serious play to win game. I don't know if you guys have ever played the original Dune game, Avalon Hill. I think Gale Force 9 reprinted it.
No, not the original one.
Okay. Well, in the original one, the Atreides player gets to there's treachery cards which are
Yeah.
similar to this, and the Atreides player auctions them off to the other players and gets to look at them. So the Atreides player knows every card everybody buys.
Oh,
And
nice.
so the obvious thing to do as the Atreides player is write that crap down, because boy is it useful.
Yep.
Right. And as a Atreides player, you just get a notepad. You just
Yep.
keep track of every card you've
Exactly.
sold to everybody, and then when they use it, you mark it off.
Yep.
And it's tedious, but it's a huge piece of the game.
Exactly.
And I agree with you 100%. I don't like the hidden gold either.
Yeah.
It's there because I don't want the combat to be a foregone conclusion. But as we discussed,
there's already tension.
There's enough tension because
Yeah.
you're spending the tokens, especially if I make a progressive cost for gold.
Yeah.
It'll get interesting. So I
Yeah,
think I can do
I
that.
think so.
I like it.
The resolution of the clash and mark, I think that's super cool. The difference there and how
that it's combined.
Yeah, that you're spending the cubes for the clash, and then whatever's left goes to the mark. I think that's really cool. I liked it.
Cool.
It
is something that I think is a little unique.
So. Yeah. What was I going to say about that? There was, aside from it just being cool. I'll come back to it. There was something there I wanted to say about it. Subterfuge. Oh, these things. Yeah. Some of these were more interesting than others, but that's okay. They ended up being much more interesting than I expected. Like the first one I got made it seem like they were all the first two I saw were like these ones where I was like, I mean, if it's just a deck full of that stuff, like I don't think it's necessary. But
it is about 1/3 of the cards have scoring effects, either like this or like this.
Just on this point really quick, sorry to jump in. I had these two cards for like most of the game, and the fact that I was right here and I forgot about this was a big reason why it sort of stuck in my head that these cards do nothing for me, because I was right here and I wasn't winning battles, and so I wasn't able to push up on it. And so that's, I think, why me missing this felt like a bigger deal.
Yeah.
I mean, the way the game's designed, if you're sitting at the bottom of both tracks, you're losing.
Yeah.
This is very, very important. At least one track.
Anyways,
one track, you're getting cards on that track, as you can see the reason why. So
but yeah, then you did have a number of other cards in here that actually I did find more engaging and interesting. So that's good. Let's see. We already talked about
question on that point, Gene, really quick. Is Guilds of Kurnor Shadow Warren Thargos?
Full name? Yes.
Yeah. Is Civil War a reasonable subtitle?
Well, the Civil War is already
Chris's thing.
Yeah, this would be Chris's thing. The Civil War already happened.
Okay.
And there's a lot of flavor here that is maybe not captured in my teach for sure, that I think would be in the rule book, which is there's now an ongoing shadow war between the Empire and the Darkun faction, where they're not always constantly a hot war, although that happens, but they're also just trying to infiltrate each other and get ahead of each other. Right.
Yeah.
So that's the shadow war part. The guilds come in that they've been cracked down on historically, but after the Civil War, they're suddenly in demand and they're playing both sides. So that's the idea. The flavor needs better capture. That's probably going to have to come in the rule book, though. A lot of it.
Yeah. I was just thinking about, emphasizing the importance of this because Sasha and Evan both just mentioned it. But to me, it was pretty clear. It's like you pick a faction and go for the faction.
No, you can play the middle. You can play both sides.
Yeah, sure.
There are cards in here that give you value out of playing both sides.
Yes,
you could, but that was very clear to me that was like the central mechanic of the game is
it is
playing two factions against each other. And I think, if you could just elevate that somehow, it's pretty clear, but I don't know.
It could use more, and my teach is a little mechanical, and it probably gets lost in it. So
Yeah. Okay, sorry, Evan.
That's okay.
no, it's a good point.
I mean, yeah, you're making me think of themes. So the Shadow War, you're saying the other side is the Darkun. Is that not just one of the subgroups of the Karnarkos kind of Southern Empire?
I don't know. Now you have to start asking.
Okay, all right. I was like, is that really the whole other faction? That would be the Darkun. But anyway,
The Darkun are very. I mean, I think from what I've read, they're not exactly coherent, right?
Right.
They don't always get along with each other that well,
Right.
and I probably should do more of capturing that in the cards.
Yeah.
Some of it's there. I mean, you'll find Darkun cards that trash cards much more than you're going to find Empire cards that trash cards.
Yeah.
If you find the Sasha had the Empire one that is draw cards. The Darkun equivalent's called Leave the Week and lets you trash a card. So some of the thematic is there. It probably needs to
Right. What I was
more.
talking about was, if you're pitting two things against each other, I don't think Darkun is equivalent to the status of Empire, where it would be more Karnarkos versus Empire. But I don't know. That's a Chris thing.
It is a Chris thing. I don't,
Chris says in chat, he says, yes, Darkun is just a subgroup.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'll leave it to him how he wants to do that.
The tracks. Now we only played half a game, and it was our first game.
Mm-hmm.
Although probably I place a higher priority on first game experience than some other people seem to, rightly or wrongly. How often do you see people trying to balance their move up the tracks versus just picking one and pegging it out?
I see it often as an actual winning strategy.
Balancing?
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, if you get both of these spaces, you're getting 4 points every time, no matter what, versus 5 and 2.
Yeah.
You guys probably all know Dennis Northcutt. An early version of this game, he actually crushed by making sure he had both of those up.
And you see people doing that on their first play.
On their first play, I don't. Maybe not as common.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Dennis did it on his first play. At least one other playtester has done it on their first play. I mean, once you realize the real scoring mechanism, and realize you're going to get cut out, you do something about it.
Right.
But that said, how easy it is to move up the tracks and the benefits of playing the middle versus trying to dominate one side, I'm still mucking with.
Yeah.
I would like it to be a viable strategy. It should not be just one versus the other.
Yeah. I mean, that's the first blush obvious thing to do.
It is.
But after this play, now I'm like, oh, well, maybe I should have done. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like people playing the middle. I'd like to be a viable strategy, but not a dominant one. So.
Right. The towns, and how would this have played out over the next couple of rounds? I don't know, but currently it seems like once somebody starts clustering, like players begin clustering into their own little rivalry groups.
Yep.
That make it further and further less incentivized for other people to try to jump in.
Yep. Thank you for hitting on the one fundamental flaw of this game I have no clue how to fix. You're exactly right. There is and I've toyed with it, but I don't have a good answer. There is very much a start playing to your win and stick that out. And Sasha basically said something to this effect. You guys had locked that up, and there's nothing I can do about it. Right. Maybe go in and spend a bunch of resources to try to make it painful for you and get not much myself.
Right. I kind of see that as like the game, though. Like to me, that is what the game is.
It is so fundamental to the game. I don't know how to change it. Yes.
Yeah. I think it's the interesting thing that you're doing in the game is trying to figure out where is the action and how do I pile on and not get left in the dust.
Yeah.
Like, how do I make myself powerful enough to be involved?
Yep.
But how do I get involved at an early stage? Like that to me is the game. I don't see any reason to change it. But
there was quite a bit of folks playing to a mark to get the little bonus, even though you know you're not going to win. But what you're really doing is helping the folks that are going to win.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
like,
and I've played this game obviously way too much, including against myself, just to see how plays play out. And when I'm playing well, you don't do that. Somebody jumps in something that they already own, you leave them sitting there hanging. You leave their cubes tied up, and you go do something else.
Right.
So, yeah. And maybe that is just the game. I mean, certainly it is the scoring strategy, and it's really hard to change it. I think I read in a book somewhere, your scoring mechanism is your game, and so it just may be what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't say that to say that it's necessarily bad. It's just
it is what it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely how the game is designed, and maybe I shouldn't even try to change it. Maybe I should really just play to it more.
Yeah, maybe it's fine. I definitely wanted to be incentivized to interact with the other players also. And so I did it anyway, even though it wasn't optimal. Just because it's kind of like, I'm bad at poker because I want to play hands instead of fold hands. I just want to play the game,
Yep.
But what I should have done is just like continued to double down on Tyra.
Yeah, you should have continued to double down on Tyra. I think the solution to this, and it's not easy to do, especially when both of you are driving it, two of you are driving it. But I think the solution to this is if one person's doing it, leave them hanging, pile up some cubes, get a good hand, and then come take it away from them in a big play.
Yeah, I think a really good move there is to put tons of military power in and win the combat, and flip it to Empire. Like that's to me, that's
it is. You get points out of it, and you hose them out of their big points.
Yeah, the only reason that I got a lot of cubes, the only reason that I didn't want to do that is because the amount of cubes that I would be spending and the amount of points that I would be getting out of the cubes that I would be spending.
He would be better served going here.
Yeah, like getting 16 points here is much better than getting 2 points by dominating this.
But getting 16 points there this round and then nerfing that next round was a totally reasonable thing.
Yeah, and this one's shut down. You don't even need to worry about it anymore.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't have to worry about it now, but I also blew my load to some degree.
Yeah.
So one sort of thought on this that I'd be interested in playing, and again, if this is not something that you want to try, then sure. I would be interested to see if each of these spots had like 3 of the cards. Have you done that before? 3 marks each?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, actually.
So it's like a set number of marks.
So it's a fixed number. The game actually started that way with 3
marks.
Yeah,
I figured you must have had it that way at some point. I'm sort of curious how that played out, because I feel like that would make it so you couldn't like go too hard on, so it's not like there's 2 spots that get hit really hard.
That might be the right solution. I had it early. The game has changed a lot since then. But definitely worth thinking about bringing that back.
At least exactly try it.
Exactly that reason. It doesn't get too far out of swing right now. It can be 2. This one was going to be a 2 right here.
Yeah.
I have never seen it get above 4, but it's a lot of points between a 2 and a 4.
Yeah.
And so maybe just I think that may be worth trying. Just make it 3 each. Certainly worth trying again, because I agree with you. There is a bit of a thing going here, and to Jack's point, I do feel like it's an element of the game, and if you play for it, you can deal with it.
Yeah,
but it can be frustrating for sure.
Well, and in a game of this complexity, to have something like that set is good, versus like that's an element of randomness that I think that might be part of what is like concerning about it. Is like that seems too random. It seems too important to be random.
I agree. It has a huge impact, and where it really hurts is other ones play out, and then you jump on this one the first time, and then it didn't happen this time, but these close off ones can come earlier, and it's your second card after you get a big win, and that does hurt.
Yeah, that stings.
Yeah.
The,
So
the other thing with having the fixed ones is then you essentially you have to fight for ones
you're
that
going to have to fight for everything.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, Evan, do you still you have more?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The thematics of this balance to me are very strange.
Yeah.
If this faction has been killing it out at these 5 towns or 4 towns, then that
What are
gives
they losing there?
then that gives them a detriment here. Whereas it
Yes.
seems like if they're dominating the countryside, they would also be more likely to dominate here rather than the opposite.
I mean, I did it for mechanical reasons.
Right.
Yeah. I think the argument would be that these are the resources of the factions, and if you're spending your resources out here, you're not going to have them here. So,
okay.
I mean, keeping in mind that the guilds are not the factions, the guilds are players. They're manipulating it. Just because a guild makes a town go one way once, they might make the town go some other way the next time, right? They're not. They don't really care that much. The alignment maybe doesn't make it look that way, but the premise is supposed to be the guilds play both sides. So.
Okay.
Chris is messaging me. He's like, "It's cities, it's not towns."
Yeah. Chris, I call them towns just to keep them from getting confused with Kurnor, but he's right. They're cities. So.
Well, anyway, it felt weird to me that it felt like one side was winning, and then in another battle, that means the other side is doing better.
It's a fair point.
It felt like a disconnect.
Do you think do you think that's fixable with just adding better theme versus changing the mechanic? Because the mechanics serve a purpose.
Probably.
It's a curious point to me how to make such lore come through.
Yeah.
Like it's so deep.
Gosh, there are more cards there than I thought. The market seemed to be more stagnant than I think is ideal.
Yep, I agree.
So
I've been working this problem for a while now. So open to suggestions.
You know, it ended up where like there was like most of the time there was 1/3 of the market that I could afford, which was probably not ideal. You know, after some recent buys, now there's a couple more 2s and 3s, but on most of my turns, out of the 8 possible buys, I could choose like 3.
Yeah, the average buy shouldn't be that high. I mean, there should be lots of stuff 4 and lower.
And that's what I mean about the stagnation of the market is once a 9 drops in there, like that slot's gone.
Yeah.
And then an 8 drops
the biggest is an 8, and I agree. And I've toyed with this. For instance, I've toyed with burying these in the bottom of the deck, but then maybe they don't come up. There are not as many of these as it looks like, because the bigger ones like this are all unique cards. They only come up once.
Well, what I'm suggesting,
a lot of the others come up twice.
What I'm suggesting is when you have that randomness, the likelihood is when I play this game, 3 slots are going to be blocked out for almost the whole game.
Yep.
Because they're all the expensive ones, because that's just my nature of randomness. And instead of that, some sort of mechanical answer is baked into the system
to allow you to buy those cards.
I mean, it's not that one couldn't buy them. It's that they can stagnate the market too much.
So you want them to clear out, or you want them to be
some sort of way of flushing the market or clearing things or moving things a little bit.
Here's a card that does that.
Right. So again,
Yeah.
that's up to
Maybe it's not a.
randomness, right?
Yeah.
Does that come
You
up?
want
Does
you
somebody
want it.
buy it?
Somebody buys it and uses it.
Right.
Um,
So I'm saying not based on randomness, but
so
like
you want a mechanic to clear it.
baked into the system, right?
You want a mechanic to clear
Yeah,
it.
because if you use
I,
randomness to mitigate randomness,
I'm open to suggestions.
yeah,
I've played with this quite a bit.
yeah,
Let me tell you what my solutions so far have been, and they're not ideal. This is one. There are cards that let you clear the market, and because this can actually be used offensively to kill something that somebody else wants, it's not totally open. Like Darkun cards will kill Empire cards in the other way. The other thing I've done is tried to create enough draw function that you can get a big buy to get something off the market. And these are really nice, not just for the powers, but for the fact that if it's got 4 agent ability, that's triggering a lot of agent power with one card. It's getting a lot of tokens down and doing a lot with one play. Makes the rest of your hand very powerful. So it's not like they aren't useful. They're very powerful cards. But I agree with you. This does keep happening. Dune Imperium has the high seat council you can buy that gets you 2 points constantly to buy with. That's how I feel like that's how they solved it. Once you get your high seat council, you can start buying big stuff off the market. I'd be open to a mechanical way to clear it, but I don't want too much fiddliness there. You got ideas?
Oh, there's so many different ways you could go about.
I mean, I could burn a card and have everything slide down.
Right. There's so many different ways to do it that I almost don't care which one you pick.
You just want me to do it.
Yeah.
I need to find something clean. I don't want the market to require a lot of maintenance. That's the challenge.
Yeah.
So I know how to do that. I have a thought.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll do this as another way to balance stuff, that if there's too many Darkun or too many Empire cards, I start wasting them.
The number of cubes that you have placed in a turn dictates your capacity to use the abilities on the recruit. No. Power bonuses. Power bonuses.
Close, not quite. It is not the number of cubes that you've placed. It's the number of agent ranks of the cards you've placed. You may or may not have put the cubes down.
I understand.
Jack did that once.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
That mechanism is one step extra as far as braining a turn plan. And at first I thought I was going to tell you that it was one step too many.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I actually agree with that now. I do kind of like it, and I don't know if it is a step too complex or if it's just interesting.
It's definitely, in my view, it's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
I have not seen anywhere I like that it makes you really think about how you're going to play your cards out and what you're going to do.
I think I ended up liking it.
But I will say that it cranks the complexity up a bunch.
Yes.
I did not have that before, and I had this game pegged at about a 3, and I actually think it's pushed it up because the decision. So I don't think the rules tough, but the decision space grew, and so I don't know. That may be in a publisher decision.
Yeah.
So I kind of like it, but it's gonna make for a more complex game. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah. I was also thinking about some kind of bonus, like when Sasha was talking about going first being worse. Some kind of bonus every turn that you're getting skipped or something, like you get to take a cube from the City Watch into your guild.
What do you mean by getting skipped? You mean once you've done your recruit play?
If you would take a turn but do not take a turn.
Yeah.
You know, like you get a cube out of City Watchers. I don't know, just some like
If I were going to do that, my inclination would be to just build it into the recruit function so that you just get it, so that you don't have to remember to collect it every time around. Does that make sense?
yes, but that doesn't actually do what is in
It
my
doesn't
brain.
give you the feeling you want.
So, no, the
Okay.
what the thing that's in my brain is that if you flop early,
Mm-hmm.
then you're kind of not engaged in the rest of the round, and it doesn't
You're not.
really matter how long it takes other people to do what they're doing. And I wanted some sort of bonus for
For
going
flopping
out
early.
early, and then the longer other players string it out, the better for you.
Okay. Well, there
Um,
is an intrinsic bonus, which is you're getting a big buy early. That's pretty nice.
sure, yeah, maybe it's not
Yep.
necessary. That was just a feeling that I had.
But that doesn't do the last thing you said, which is if other players keep playing on it, stringing it out, that you're getting an advantage from it. That by flopping early, you kind of force everybody else to play the same game.
Right. Like
So I like that idea. I don't know how to implement it.
in another, world, maybe it doesn't apply to this game, but in another world, that would be the moment where the first person to flop is the person who takes first player marker or something like that.
Yep.
Which is only going to benefit you that once and doesn't do quite what I was saying, but something that affects the like the first player to flop
Yep.
down feels important for some reason.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and I think the key thing here is that the advantage needs to be something that is going to make it worse for people to keep taking the agent plays and putting marks down
Right.
on the. And this happened. I mean, I played heavy to buy good cards early, and you guys just went to town on the marks.
Yeah, maybe it's a sitting thing. Like if you're skipped, you're not skipped. You like gain a resource for being
Well,
skipped.
Yeah, I think it was Evan's
Yeah,
suggestion.
something
You
like
just
that.
get a
what I was
token,
saying. Yeah, something.
which is a real simple resource right there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and powerful too, because it means by sitting and letting it go around early, you're going to get a bunch of tokens, and you can come out heavy the next round. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And there's some theme in that too. Like I think
Yep.
where it's like, oh, okay, we got our agents out. We're like have
you're
time to like
you're sitting back and planning and gearing up for the
scheming.
next turn,
Yeah.
scheming for the next
Yeah.
It
turn.
also slightly helps the first player feeling worse.
Yeah, but if I make the tiebreaker first player, you got pretty much
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there. Pretty good.
Right.
But I like the idea. I just need to think about how to
Yeah.
make it work. That's not
Yeah.
too much.
It doesn't
overhead.
need to exist. It's just like it felt like going out early should be like a strategic, like, ooh.
I
rather
think
than-
I actually think it needs to exist, and I'll tell you why. Because I feel like what you guys did, playing the game and just lots of agent actions, get a lot of cubes down, is not quite the game I want.
Mhm.
I want there to be more time spent building the deck and
Yeah.
building up for big
Yeah.
plays.
I think that
And-
emphasizes the deck building in a good way.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And so there needs to be some way to constrain playing 3 or 4 agents in a round.
Yeah.
And my intent was that your guild tokens are that, right? I mean, it's just you got to get them out to do that. So maybe I just need to make guild tokens more harder to get.
I don't know if I would do that.
Yeah, that's got its own
I was
downside.
struggling to get them already.
Yeah, it's got its own downside. Yes.
And it didn't. That was one of the few areas of real feel bad. Is like, oh, I can't play any more tokens, and I want to.
If that was a way, if flopping down early got me an extra token every time it cycled past me,
that would be huge.
Yeah,
I might
that'd
have
be sweet.
I might have done it because I didn't, because again, the randomness element of what's in the market is I just didn't really, and maybe it's because I wasn't paying attention at first, but there were some cards that give you extra guild tokens.
Oh yeah, I picked up one that gives me a bunch of extra guild
I saw
tokens.
that. I looked through your deck because I was like, how are you and Sasha getting so many guild tokens? I can only buy 3 maximum.
Mm-hmm. Well, he had the one that lets him bribe the market out of turn, which is
Right,
pretty nice.
exactly.
And I had the one that gets me a
Right.
token for every Darkun town,
Right.
which
And so
could, yeah.
and so that speaks to the random element of what's available and who's buying at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Where if you give me some other way of getting more than 3 maximum in a turn, a la flopping early and
Yep.
grabbing an extra few or whatever for my next round.
Yeah, or losing in combat.
Yeah,
Right.
I actually like it for a different. I mean, that's not bad, but I like it for a different reason, which is
Okay.
as soon as somebody flops, everybody else who keeps going is giving that player resources for the next turn.
Exactly.
Yes,
They're
that's
setting
great.
themselves up for pain the next turn,
Yes.
and they'll know it, and so they'll think real heavy about, do I really want to win this mark
Right.
this time while I have that advantage,
Yeah.
and pay for it next turn.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I'm going to give that a shot. I like it.
Okay, cool.
And you'll save yourself that nasty comment on Board Game Geek from someone who's like, "There's too much downtime in this game. You can
Right.
play,
Yeah,
Because then
you
you're
can
like,
miss
yeah,
3
yeah.
turns in a row."
yeah,
Because
I
then
know.
you want people to like keep laying down. Yeah, I get another. Yeah.
Yeah, I could go the Dune Imperium mechanism and just say you get 2 agents and the rest is flop. But I like the flexibility,
Yeah.
so I will implement that because I think that then I get to keep the
Yeah. I mean,
flexibility.
maybe it
but
won't work, but I like the idea of it.
my only concern about it, actually, I think it does work. My only concern is the bookkeeping. So,
Okay.
you know, that you'll just forget it. Oh, it's my turn. I get to get a token. But
I wouldn't forget it.
yeah, most people usually don't forget when they're
I-
going to get something.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Plus, your
and
turn comes around anyway. You have to kind
Your
of
turn
tell
comes
people
around.
like, "Oh,
And-
I'm skipping."
I can make it clear that you get to do 3 things on your turn, which is play an agent, take your recruit, or if you're done, get a token.
Take a
So,
cube, yeah.
yeah.
Mark. What does that mean?
Mission. Mark is a slang term
Like a target.
For a target. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I've had, you're not the first person to comment on this.
Okay.
It's a fantasy world. Should I call it a mission? Should I call it a target? Should I call it? I don't know what to call it.
Well, I tend to think that a mark is a person, right?
Yes.
Like a
and some of these maybe
Person marked for
thematic.
death. Yeah.
Yeah, thematically, some of them maybe are. If you read some of the text, some of them are assassinations. Some of them are other things, thefts. I don't know. I don't care for the word
Someone
either. I just
named
don't
Mark.
have a better one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I would just pick something else.
I've been told to call it a mission,
Sure.
and it's thematically not the greatest, but I probably will, just because everybody understands it.
Yeah. Something about Mark is just like, wait, what?
Yeah, I know.
And then
You're
every
not the
time you
first-
use it, I'm like, wait, what are we talking about right
You're
now?
not the first person to comment on that.
yeah, like is it a trying to connect it to guilds too? Like, is it a contract?
It's
Is
like
that
a contract. Maybe I should call these
But,
contracts. Yeah, maybe that's what I ought to do.
It's better.
Yeah.
and you
It's
could
not
add
quite
some
right,
theme
but
to
it's
it
better.
too, like what is it exactly like?
Yeah.
You know, could just like a simple little thematic description that's like,
Yeah.
you know, disrupt the town hall, the whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, these do have a little thematic text
Yeah.
at the bottom, but they're just, I mean, they don't have anything much to do with the payout or anything.
Yeah.
I could time a little more to the payout, but anyhow, yep. Mark, no problem. I mean, I just can't find a better word, but
Yeah.
I may just have to break theme a little bit and go with what's understood.
And then the last thing that I have is I want all of my buy options to be in one place visually. Right?
You mean
I can
on your
spend
recruit action, this stuff?
I don't know about, you know, the jargon, but blue triangles or diamonds.
Yep.
I can spend blue diamonds, right?
Yep.
Put all of my options in one place.
What do you mean by put all of your options in one
So
place?
I can spend blue diamonds here, or here, or here, or here.
You want the card up here where it's visible next to the
Put
market.
all of my options for that action together.
Good advice.
So that I don't have to be like, oh yeah, and down here and over here there's this, and over there there's this. right? It's
Yep,
it's
it's
one
obvious. Yeah.
it's one phase. Put it all together. There's all my options. Yeah.
Yep. Good advice. I mean, you'll note this is actually the one thing that every player has one of versus the legends up here, the keys for the other stuff, just because I figure you're going to refer to it a lot. But
Yeah,
if
but
you're
it's in a
looking,
different location
it's in a yep. So if I
than
put it,
than
if
where
I
you
put it
actually
up here,
use
yep,
those things. Yeah.
yep, yep. Good, fair point.
Okay. That was, and that's just a graphic user interface kind of thing.
Yep.
That was all my stuff. Overall, I really like how the marks work, where there's the combat half and then the other half,
Mm-hmm.
um, and then the card play where you're playing out and then deciding what to flop and activate. Um, which like the only aspect that's overly different about that is that you're limited to the extra actions based on how many symbol dues you did
Right.
first. Um, but the systems all worked really nicely. I like the basic flow of the game. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks. I appreciate all the feedback, everybody. So you all think there's a game here?
I do. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Oh,
I was especially, I was
That's the,
especially, I was
Go ahead.
especially encouraged, Dean, when we had like a 20-minute conversation in there where we're just trying to figure out optimal strategy. That
right.
to me is a good sign that you
That's
have a
good.
good game.
that there's strategy to be had. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You guys have given me a lot of great feedback and a couple things that I had not thought of that I think are really good and some very good clarity on things I kind of already knew were problematic.
Yeah.
But it's always nice to get it confirmed that it needs to get fixed. It is good to hear that you guys like this agent power and triggering those buys, because that is something I've been on the fence about, largely because the increase in the, I like the
Yeah,
idea.
I know.
It's just a
Yeah.
huge complexity increase,
Yeah.
but I think I'm going to keep it for now
Yeah.
and try to reduce complexity elsewhere
Yeah.
first. So,
Because it does make it a more unique implementation of the
yep.
mechanisms.
Yep. And it makes one of the things I've been after is the no limits on this play, right? It's not like 2 agents and the rest of flop. It is whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Right. But you're
I
making
love the
choices.
flexibility. I think
Yeah.
it's so interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's cool.
Yep. I like it too. I just need to make it
Yeah.
work.
Like I don't think you need like it if you took it out. I don't think it would be a huge detriment to your game.
Yeah.
So maybe that's maybe you should, but I do like it. I think it's cool.
I want to do something that's got I mean, I don't like to put innovation or novelty into a game just for the sake of it.
Right.
I don't think that's necessarily what makes a good game.
Yeah.
But when you've got something that is adding something to the game, it's adding a real decision space.
Yeah.
And it fits with everything. I don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
I just need to make things work well.
Yeah.
So,
Jack, it's your question.
Oh, yeah, right. So Gene, you heard us talking about your game. What kind of sifts to the top for you?
what sifts to the top?
Yeah.
So like I said, I think you guys pinged several things that I already knew were problematic. In a couple of cases, you gave me some good ideas on how to fix it, but you also just confirmed that it is a fundamental problem. But there are a couple of things that kind of really stood out as being things that I had not thought of, and I think really could add a lot to the game. And this, I find when I do play tests, I will go through a lot of this of, hey, this is broken. Here's some ideas how to fix it. And I'm sitting in the position of, yeah, I kind of knew that. And I appreciate the confirmation, but I still got to figure out how to fix it.
Yeah.
But occasionally I get a little like bit of input or an idea that's like, oh, that really adds to the game, or I can really do something with that. And there was a couple of them in here, starting with this last one that Evan just put out, that when you pass, you maybe get something for it. But especially if we make that a token and it becomes power for the next play, I really like that idea a lot. I like the suggestion to get rid of the hidden gold. That's actually, this is one of these things that I kind of really didn't think about. Probably need to be thinking about more. Get rid of hidden gold. Maybe make the cost progressive and focus on the play just being the decision space on the card. Kind of play into the card, which you guys all already said you kind of like that trade-off. There was one other in here that I was like, hey, that's an idea I hadn't thought of, and it really helps me. Let me go through all my notes. It is also
the extra card space.
The extra card space. There was a lot of little UI stuff that's really great. Absolutely. I mean, that's it's also 3 a.m, so I'm a little bit hard.
Yeah,
It's okay, good.
Yeah.
But there was this. I mean, there's a lot of excellent feedback, guys. And the bulk of it was kind of stuff I knew, but you gave me good ideas on it. There's definitely a lot of little good UI things, and then there's a couple little gems in there I definitely can turn into something cool. So,
well, awesome work, everybody. Let's do our goodbyes and get out of here. Sasha, where can people find you, and how can they support you in your design journey?
Well, like I said, Devcoat is the game. I go back and forth on the pronunciation because it is a regional thing, but my game about pigeons is my main one that I'm sort of pushing people towards. We have a Facebook group, and then we also have a Discord server, SCN Games, where we have our designs and do play tests and stuff there. So those would be the two main places if you want to follow along in that design journey.
Awesome. Jack, how can people find you, and how can they support you?
Yeah.
Tribulations.
Tribulation's my thing I'm working on right now. But Prestige, so follow Fritz, Joe Paul. Follow him, watch what he's doing with Prestige. Really excited about his design. And our game. I'm publishing it. So
nice, dude.
Follow Joe, follow me in Tribulation. New Kingdom Gaming, sign up for emails. It's a good place to follow along.
Jack, I was really happy to see you picked up Prestige.
I
play tested Joe's game a couple of times, and I felt real bad for him when his publisher had to back out. So
me too. Yeah, I'm just glad we were able to make that work. I personally know Brandon as well, and so we were able to make that work really well.
That was excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I am Evan Halbert. After the Empire is a game that you should go buy 27,000 copies of, because I'll get a royalty of that, and I will appreciate it a lot. Sometime next year, we'll have an expansion for that, and then I've got several games in pipelines coming out, one of which will be coming out with the same publisher as Guilds of Kurnor. And I'm very excited about that, and I'm really stoked to see this game in the raft of upcoming games, because it's a good one. And I'm stoked to see how it does it, because you'll be helping pave the way for my game. So so the better your game does, the better my game will do. So
that's right.
So don't mess it up.
I'm gonna do my best. You guys are helping.
But yeah, you can follow us here and come watch things and pick up little design notes and gems and viewpoints that might help you in your own design journey. And of course, as always, in the chat, thanks everybody for showing up. It was fun that Chris Loiseau was there, who will be publishing this game.
Thanks for being with us, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, you should drop your link to Cursed Empire in the comments for the YouTube.
Oh yeah, nice. Yep, throw it in the comments if you can see it. Gene, how can people find you and support you?
Well, you'll find this game, I hope, in cursedempire.com really soon. probably not until next year, but it's a
Yeah.
good place to go learn about the world and the fantasy role-playing system that Chris has. I have a Discord channel. I can put that up in the comments as well, or you can just ping me on Discord. I'm Gene Chipman on Discord. I'm gene.chipman@gmail.com. I'm Gene Chipman on Facebook. No duplicity.
Nice.
I'm easy to find.
Nice.
Uh,
Love it.
all right. Well, thanks everybody. Good time. It's 1 a.m. here, which means it's 4 a.m. for Gene.
Yep.
Let's go to bed.
Yeah. Good night, Gene.
Thank you
Good night,
very much,
everybody.
guys.
We